battle for Middle-earth is about to begin.
So it begins.
Send these foul beasts into the abyss!
Welcome to the Zorpazorp Battle Games in Middle-earth livestream. In this series, we cast our gaze back in time to the roots of our beloved Middle-earth strategy battle game to explore the fortnightly magazine serial Battle Games in Middle-earth. Each episode, we will delve into a single issue, poring over a treasure trove of retro gaming, following in-depth painting guides, terrain tutorials, and some crazy battle reports, all with a modern twist so you guys can enjoy them in your games at home. With each installment, we'll also focus on a release of models that accompanied the magazine, following their journey from painting bench to tabletop, and then at the end of every live stream, they'll be randomly assigned to one of our loyal Patreons to continue their days of gaming abroad, spreading the gospel of Zorpazorp. So, in the immortal words of the magazine itself, let battle commence. Welcome to Zorpazorp Gaming. My name's Lachlan Linton Keane, and welcome to our 11th installment of the Battle Games in Middle-earth live stream. I cannot believe we're smashing so through these. We've got 11 magazines down, or 11th today, and 80 to go, so we're making good progress, guys. We should have this done at some point through 2021 or 2022. We have got an absolute ripper today. It is the famous Amon Hen issue. We're going to be painting up this gorgeous Boromir that we see here on the front. We're doing a nice little tutorial on him. I really like these live streams when we're painting up one little hero, because we can do a bit of a focus fire on a really cool paint tutorial for him. And he's got some interesting little kind of elements on his miniature as well. And then we're going to be putting him to good use in two epic battle reports. We've got some serious Amon Hen themed action today. We actually saw a little bit of the Amon Hen board in the intro, which I cut together many moons ago. So we're going to be having two wicked battle reports. This is sort of like they're kind of historical battle reports in a way. They've been long famed, and this is sort of their first incarnation. So we're playing some dual scenario action today. The first one will be Aragorn, Legolas, and Gimli at the top of the Seeing Seat, getting ambushed by Uruks and the evil forces of Saruman, and then they hear the horn of Gondor and go sprinting across to go and find themselves a Boromir, and then they've got to get off the board. And then in the second scenario, Boromir has to defend Merry and Pippin against Lurtz and some more Uruks, and then Aragorn, Legolas, and Gimli will arrive depending on how easily they left the board in the first scenario. So two linked scenarios that have an impact on each other, and we've seen these kind of this dual action Amon Hen scenario a lot of times in different supplements since, but this is the first one. This is early 2002, so this is the beginning. We're sticking full retro. We're diving into a whole lot more rules. I'm extremely excited to announce that we are doing heroes properly. So we are introducing Might, Will, and Fate. Our kind of rules knowledge is taking a huge level up as we dive through this retro series, so that's going to be really exciting. If this is your first stream that you guys are tuning in for, this is essentially a fortnightly stream every Sunday night or Monday morning Australia time. We dive through one issue of the Battle Games in Middle-earth series. This is an old magazine serial from the early 2000s, and every fortnight a magazine would come out with some scenarios, a painting guide, some terrain making, and then it also came out with some miniatures, maybe a metal hero or two or a big sprue of plastic warriors. And in this series, we're following through those magazines, painting whatever miniature came out that week and going through the scenarios. And then, at the end of our live stream, we will be giving away whatever we have painted and built today to one of our Patreons. And today is a bit extra special because we have some serious giveaways that we're going to be doing. Our Patreon giveaway, or our sponsor assignment from last live stream, the Uruk Captain, went to jackpot. So whoever is winning the stream this week is going to score themselves Boromir and the Uruk Captain, which is pretty awesome. And on top of that, thanks to one of our awesome friends, Dave, from down in Canberra, he has sent up a bit of an extra special bonus for us. We are giving away the first 30 of these magazines to one lucky Patreon supporter. So you're going to score yourselves all of the first 30 magazines, not the models, just the mags. And I'll post those out to you like right now. I'll take them to the post office this afternoon, no matter where you are in the world. Hopefully you're in Australia. It's going to cost me a fortune. But no matter where you are, you're going to get them. All 30 magazines, which is going to be cool, because then you can follow along with us, you can have a look ahead, and you can be ready to dive into some battle games in Middle-earth action of your own. So let's dive into the chat. There's 89 of us joining so early/late in the morning, evening. Let's have a look at who is joining us and where we're watching from this morning. Maito Kolo is back from the Netherlands. Johnny from Texas, USA. He says it's 103 in Fahrenheit and his air conditioner is broken. So 103, what's that in Celsius? That's hot. Is that like, I don't know, 30s, 40s maybe? Whereas Amandil Aramanth says it's 12 degrees here in France, conversely. More from the Netherlands, more from France. Good, we've got a strong contingent in from those two countries this morning. Declan's in from New Zealand. Welcome, Declan. Michael Haskell from the UK. He's excited to dial in because he's got tomorrow off. Lovely work. Rusty Russ is watching in from Scotland. We've got someone was saying that is the live stream an hour later in one time zone today? If there's been a time zone change, like a daylight savings change, let me know and I'll update our posts. We've got Diaxification is watching from Poland. More from the UK, Toxic Flamingo. Yeah, the loading screen is good, I must admit. Hekede says the clocks change every second here. It's very hard to keep track of. Marky Tribe is watching from Toowoomba here in Queensland, Australia. Rusty Russ says that we have a bit of competition this week because, of course, on Friday, Andy Serkis did an 11-hour live stream. I can guarantee that I'm not going to beat that record anytime soon. I'm also super devastated that I didn't find out about that until after it was over. And there are sneaky ways you can still watch it. But I really would have liked to watch that live. I wish I'd known, because I would have screen capped the whole thing and re-uploaded it here, so we could have all watched it. But that's all right. It's what Andy would have wanted, even though he's not allowed to post it yet. Bloody rights and all that sort of stuff. Give the people what they want. We want our audiobook. Dirk says he's super excited about Amon Hen. It's his favorite scenario since the Uruk Scouts. He really likes the Uruk Scouts. It's Mark Tribe's favorite scenario as well. His kind of favorite mini. I think, Mark, have we played this? I think Marky and I played this at Arda Unleashed one year, maybe the last year or the year before, when we were doing some scenarios. I can't remember, but it's a great scenario, and they're so much fun. And we're using might. We get to use heroic moves. Oh, it's very exciting. Very exciting indeed. Aaron Noonan has joined us. Good evening, Aaron. We've got more from France. Herjega in the Loire Valley. Not sure if I'm saying that right. In France. Charles from the UK. We've got lots of people joining us from France. It's all just refreshed. Excellent. Dylan's watching from the UK. Laurie's watching from Bonnie in Scotland. Johan from Germany. Ryan from the UK. Catalonia from Mario. Welcome, Catalonia. Welcome, Mario. That's fantastic. Jerry's here from Kentucky in the USA. James Palmer from the UK. Darren's checking in as usual from Ireland. He's our Ireland correspondent. What's the weather like in Ireland, Darren? Jay Renadel is watching from Turkey. Cool. I'm not sure if we've had people from Turkey before. That's pretty cool. South France. What is going on with the French today? They're all watching. Half their country's tuned in. Tony Tiger from the UK. I think that's almost everyone. Oh, we've got Peck from Belgium. So many watching this morning. Top Table Steve is watching. Absolute pleasure having you on Top Table last week, he says. Yeah, absolutely. If you guys missed it, we did a live stream last Monday, sort of on the alternating weeks of our fortnightly live stream with Steve from Top Table Gaming and Tom from Failed Charge Games. We all had a big hangout. It was good fun, really good fun. So I think that video would still be up on their channel if you guys are keen to hear us talk some stuff after this one and you need more for the painting accompaniment. Paulie Carroll's watching in from Ireland. Jill Monroe, first time he's made that stream in ages. Fantastic. Good to see you back, Jill. Mark, yes, we played it twice. That's right, I remember now. I can't remember who won too. We were playing the modified version as well, which is slightly different, but it's basically the same theme. Be interesting to see, because I remember Boromir having a bit of trouble, so we'll have to see. I don't even know if he's got his special rules. Aaron says that back on Andy Circus, he'd love to see them doing the audiobooks of all of them. Yeah, that would be amazing. Absolutely amazing. His voice is incredible. But the audiobook for Lord of the Rings is also fantastic. Who reads that? It's a British actor from the 1980s. Well, obviously, I think he might be still alive. I can't remember. I can't remember his name. But he does a fantastic job. Sings all the songs. It's wild. It's a retro, but it's wild. I love it. Simmy's tuning in from Zurich. Samuel, have you ever done a tutorial for the Hobbit hole? Thanks from Italy. No, we haven't. We had a whole slate of Scouring of the Shire themed content that got pushed to the side because of some sort of businessy stuff. So our Scouring of the Shire campaign hasn't been done, and we haven't done any of our terrain tutorials. So it is happening. We've got something pretty special planned for Scouring of the Shire, but there's obviously a focus on Minas Tirith and probably Helm's Deep first. But we are returning to the Shire, and yeah, it will be pretty cool. So soon. Hobby Gangsters, well, soonish. Hobby Gangsters joining us from Switzerland. I can speak this morning. Ayama tuning in from Germany. Well, we've hit 100 concurrent viewers. Welcome everyone. Crikey, we haven't hit 100 in ages. Lots of people tuning in this morning. Chris from Canada. Sorry, I missed you there. Ryan says, you're literally the reason I started to make boards and get back into SBG. That's really cool, Ryan. Glad you're enjoying the channel, dude. That's what we like to do. Inspire people to get back into the best hobby in the world. Sanders says, hey again, greetings from Belgium. Mandalore's tuning in, our Michigan correspondent there in Mandalore. What's the weather like in Mandalore this morning? Or Michigan this evening, I should say. SBH is tuning in from Munich. Rob Inglis, thank you. Rob Inglis is the voice actor who does the voiceover. Oh, apparently he's done a recording of The Hobbit as well. That I didn't know. That's pretty cool. Do you spontaneously oh right, yes. So Simi is agreeing that Boromir's death is the best scene. Yeah, it's Larissa and I did like a big sort of vote off a little while ago, live on stream, which was really good fun. And we kind of basically did like a big competition, fighting all the movie scenes against each other, deciding which was our favorite. And in the end, Boromir's death won it out for the best scene of all three films, which was tricky. Maybe we should do like a Hobbit version. Anyway, Larissa wants to come back on the channel at some point. We want to do some streaming, we want to do some games. We're going to play like Lord of the Rings Lego or something. It's going to be good fun. It's going to be fun. Rowan White says the notification bell finally brought him in on time. Fantastic. That is exciting. It's been it's good to know those notification bells are working, because most of the time I swear they don't. Dan Thomas says, is it dangerous if I listen to the stream while driving to work? Don't worry, I'm fairly relaxed. It's not too animated. I won't try and put you off. Mandalore says it's raining in Michigan. Eric's joining us from Albuquerque in New Mexico. Fantastic. Yeah, Jill said Rob Inglis recorded the Hobbit one in 1991. Sanders, Boromir's death is epic, and it makes them tear up every time. Yeah, dude, I cannot watch that movie without crying. And then when can we vote for the next Lord of the Rings game to be on stream? Asked James. Well, basically we've got one more night of streaming Lord of the Rings: The Two Towers, which will be this Friday, and then we'll do a big vote after that, and we'll have some. And they'll have some kind of, we'll do like a big poll on the Facebook group where we vote what the stream is going to be. So, I think I've caught up with you all. There's a lot of us tuning in this morning, which is very exciting. So let's go and swing over to our magazine. I will quickly duck away and we will switch to our top-down camera so that we can have a good old look at the magazine, and we can start to get ready and dive into the content of issue number 11 of the Battle Games in Middle-earth. We'll be back very soon. All right, issue number 11. Let's have a look at what we've got today, because it's a pretty ripper magazine. We've got beautiful Boromir action and some excellent scenarios. We've got a few more of us joining. King Carl and the Birds is watching from Vermont in the USA. We've got James Palmer. We've got Benjamin joining us from the Netherlands. More from the Netherlands. We've got Timmy joining us. Nick Evans from Coffs Harbour. Hell yeah, Nicky. Just down the road from me, basically. Only a few hours drive. He said, catching the stream before the school run. Lockdown changes have been messing up his viewing a little bit. GBHL Damien has been joining us. He says he'll be cheering on Isengard tonight as I keep working on the big boss man, Saruman the White on horse. Gorgeous new model and going well so far. Looking forward to the stream. Lovely to have you as always, Dame. Your Uruks have got some work to do today. Double battle reports. That's double appearances for all models. Yeah, I know we'll get you to give him a little pep talk at the beginning of the BATREPs because it's going to be gnarly. We've got Tom Lanen from Luxembourg joining us. Chris Lager says, has anyone purchased the bundle of brushes from GW? I haven't, but I'm essentially still using GW brushes. Mike Davidson is joining us from Dallas. Joshy from JPS Studios has joined in. She's chilling in bed with us. Fantastic. And Archie is joining us from London. So let's have a look at issue number 11. Our big favourite boy, Boromir of Gondor on front. I love Boromir's costume, man. So I'm excited to paint this model. I think that it might be one of my favourite costumes of the Fellowship heroes. It's got a really nice mix of you kind of Gondorian elements. It's not over soldiery because it's like the travel worn version. He's got his chainmail and then a leather jerkin with some beautiful red cloth. So I really like Boromir of Gondor and his stylings, particularly the way that he's got his beautiful Minas Tirith greaves, and then Aragorn kind of takes them off his body and wears them in honor of him. And yeah, it's a really beautiful costume design and a fantastic character, best character in Lord of the Rings, the films. So beautiful and flawed, love it. Might, will, and fate. All right, let's get this microphone over here, Lockie, because we have got some reading to do. What are we learning about here? Heroes are able to perform extraordinary feats of skill and daring, far beyond the abilities of normal warriors. Fate also guides these remarkable individuals, occasionally intervening on their behalf to save them from dire peril, also known as plot armor. So we've got 3 new characteristics being introduced here. We have Might, Will, and Fate. We all know and love them, of course, but this was a game changer when these came out alongside the magazines. We were like, woo, what is going on here? We've got some examples. Let's look at these old school profiles. We've got Grishnak, Fight 4, Strength 4, Defense 4, 2 attacks, 2 wounds, and Courage 3. I wonder, has that changed at all? Is Grishnak... I think that's probably the same profile for him, except he's only got a 5-inch move. That's weird, because he's like a little orc goblin or something. So he's got a 6-inch move now. Boromir, Fight 6, Strength 4, Defense 6, 3 attacks, 3 wounds, Courage 6, with 6 Might, 1 Will, and 0 Fate. That is the Boromir of Gondor we know and love. So what can we do with Might? Might represents a hero's ability to perform exceptional feats. Heroes can perform one or more of their available points of Might to adjust the result of any dice roll. So that's still the same. You can put it up by 1, put it down. You can't get higher or lower than 6 or 1. So that's exactly the same. And then we've got, it kind of breaks down what we can spend those rolls on. So we can do hit rolls, wound rolls. Looks like it's pretty much the same. The various... Oh, it even explains... Look, this is interesting. It even explains the 6 and the 4. So if you need to get a 6... and a 4 to wound someone, like Strength 2, Defense 7 or 8, then and you spend a point of Might, it carries across both dice. You only need a 5 and a 3. So even from all the way back here, we had that important note. We've got exceptions to the rule here. It's important to note that heroes can only spend Might to affect their own dice rolls. Yes, you can't modify your friends. You can't spend Might to modify the priority roll or any 50-50 roll-offs. Yes, of course. Very exciting. And then we've got Fate points. Now, Fate points should be exactly the same. Anytime your hero takes a wound, you roll a dice, and on a 4-up, that wound is ignored. I think that's pretty much... Yeah, I mean, you can use them to protect any wounds. They're basically the same. And then we get into the juicy stuff. They don't dive into will in this issue because, of course, it's not going to matter. So yeah, let's have a look at heroic actions. There are 3 types of heroic action. That's it. That's it, guys. That's all we've got to work with. Heroic move, heroic shoot, and heroic combat. So this was how the game began, of course. None of this heroic strike, heroic strength, heroic challenge, heroic channeling, heroic resolve. What else have we got that I've missed? Definitely more. Heroic, you know, the one where you fill and kill and you swap. Heroic change places, whatever the hell that one's called. It's just the 3 to begin with: the heroic move, heroic shooting, and heroic combat. Now I think these work exactly the same way, and it does talk about you know, the breaking up a roll off. Where you've got, you know, rolling a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 to decide whose heroic action goes first. Let's have a look at heroic move and heroic shoot. So it's our hero. They can call with me and take a 6-inch bubble and allow those units near them to move or shoot out of sequence. So that's exactly the same there. We've got a top tip here, guys. We've got to read the top tips. Top tip. The battle game in this pack, Ambush at Amon Hen, uses a wide selection of heroes, both good and evil, and will allow you to try out the new rules. That's true. We've got 2 Uruk heroes, the Captain and Lurtz. If you want a simple introduction, try playing. That's a really boring top tip. That's a boring top tip. It's not exciting. Basically, they're telling you to play the scenario. Yes, well, I'm going to do that. You've put it in the book. Heroic combat. Now, this is the juicy one. We all know and love heroic combat, particularly if you're playing a certain Rohan army that I dabble with occasionally. We've got heroes doing some damage, fighting in the combat phase, killing some dudes, getting to charge again and fight again, exactly as we know and love. They get that extra move. It's a great way to create really dynamic movement, especially if your hero's on horse and flinging around 10 inches. Yeah, it's a fantastic rule, especially if you're mounted, flying around all over the place, which is why you should always take King LSR and not the Return of the King Legendary Legend. Sidebar. Alright, exceptions to the rule. Once a model has moved or shot, it has completed its movement and shooting for that phase. The heroic action, yeah, so you don't get it to move twice. This is how I used to play this so wrong when I was a kid. When I call heroic action, they moved first and then moved in the normal phase. I didn't sort of understand the importance as, you know, a sort of 12-year-old or even younger when we were first using them. So yes, they don't get the double move. And then we have our scenario that we're diving into today, Ambush at Amon Hen. We'll have a quick look at these now. We've got essentially one scenario where Aragorn, Leggy, and Gimli are fighting their way across through some Uruk-hai to get off the board, and then they'll be joining Boromir and the Merry and Pippin, who are on this other board getting ambushed by Lurtz and the Orcs. And whenever they leave one board is when they arrive on the following board. So it's going to be a really cool scenario. The hobbits can get knocked out and they're going to get dragged off the board. If only we had the metal Uruk-hai ready to go. We don't, unfortunately. And basically, it's all about the hobbits. If the hobbits get off, the Uruks win. If one hobbit gets off, it's a draw, and if both hobbits are protected, the good side wins. Notice we don't care about Boromir, so we're going to be trying to get him killed 100%. And then we've got our beautiful little painting kind of tutorial, which is probably going to be where we're starting, but it's Boromir's an interesting one because we've got some options here. We can certainly do some really cool stuff. He doesn't have his fur cloak on this model, so we don't have to worry about the big juicy red overcoat. Yeah, we're going to dive in. Obviously, they've got their super simplistic one. They've done his shield. It looks like they've done the shield red, I think. Is that red? A very dark red brown. Okay, good, because that was the only thing I wasn't sure about. Everything else, gold, bone. He's got like black leather, so they've just done like a black dry brush. We might do something a little more sophisticated than that. But yeah, looking good, looking good. So let's grab our paints, which as always, I have prepared. Oh, don't drop them. Don't drop them. Da, 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 da. Oh, need me a wet palette. Where's my palette? So this is the guy we're going to be working on today. I've started the prime in black, basically just because we're working with such a dark cloak for most of it. Otherwise I would have gone a grey. It's a really lovely model. Ooh, I do like it. It's got some beautiful, beautiful detail in it. And yeah, I really, really like the cloak and stuff. There's some cool fabric work to be done here. I've kind of put together my little scheme here. We've got some reds for each tunic, some leather colors, the golds and silvers, some bone and that sort of thing. So nothing super complicated. We're pretty minimalist today, but we will do something interesting with the cloak. So let's throw it to you guys in chat. Who's painted this model? What's your kind of recommendation for painting this cloak? Do you work, because obviously it is a black leather, but I want to bring some blue in. So I've got myself basically a dark blue grey. This is heavy blue grey from Vallejo, and then my Abaddon black. So I'm thinking what we'll do, this is my sort of thought off the bat, is that we'll mix up a really dark grey and have that as like basically highlight that, quite like layer highlight over most of the model, leaving just pure black in the deepest recesses, and then we'll work out maybe 1 or 2 shades extra. Yes, it is a metal, says Simi. This is a metal sculpt. We'll do 1 or 2 shades extra and just do some highlighting on the cloak, and just kind of, you know, bring that. I just want it to be a little bit more something, a little bit of blue. He's Gondor, it's Boromir. I think that's going to work. And then we've just got pretty classic stuff for the rest of it. What about the shield? Now the shield, I think it's reddy brown. Now what to kind of inform our conversation, I've got a lovely reference photo here. So this is what? Well, that's disappointing. Why is it not letting me drag my Boromir reference photo into the chat? Tell you what we'll do. Get in the chat. Well, hey, actually, that's a good idea. I wonder if I can I send anything in the chat? Can I, like, upload images? Experimenting? No, okay. Alright, well, that sucks. I had a really nice Boromir photo, and I can't even show you two at all. But essentially, it's, I'll send you the link. It's a really nice shot, sort of full-length shot of his cloak. And I just think it gives a really good idea, a really good example of Mr. Boromir. Here we go. So I'll link it in the chat. It's just a stupid Pinterest image, of course, so that you guys can see that. So have a look at that, and essentially it's got a really nice full-length shot, and he's got some really lovely weathering as well on the bottom of the cloak. So we're going to be doing a little bit of this kind of weathered look around the bottom as well, just with some simple dry brushing, I reckon, and then we'll work on the shield as well. Now, is the shield silver banded or gold banded? I think the shield should be silver banded, and then that's going to look really nice. Yeah, I remember from the Mines of Moria scenes. All right, let's have a look at the chat. We've got, yeah, Josh is excited. He absolutely loves this sculpt. It is gorgeous. Top Table Steve is listening while he finishes the Hobbiton board. Chester's joining us from Canada. Joshy Summers is in. Evening, Josh. And D5 is the only change, I think. Oh, Marky Tribe reckons Grishnak is D5. So what was he? Was he D5 in the book or D... I can't remember what we said now. I can't remember what his profile is either. It's been a while since I played with Grishnak. Good little profile. Good little profile. Let's have a looky. I'm curious now. So he's D4. Right. So he's just wearing armor, whereas they've put him in heavy armor in the new profile. Yeah, that sounds familiar. I don't think he's D4. Maito Cola says here, I've never used Heroic Shoot. Heroic Shoot's useful. Really helps you to kind of slide in and get a sneaky one. Battle Synergy is the name of that heroic special rule. Thank you for that, Aaron. It's useful. Richard says, I think I used it once or twice when it was free. Yeah, because it allows for a re-roll for In the Ways, or is that's Heroic Accuracy, I think that one, which is another one. Yeah, it's there's so many heroic actions now, but we've only got 3 today. Only 3. Richard says the classic Goblin Green base ring brings back dem memories. Yeah, so much so I can't do it. It's too gross. James says, I actually liked the plastic Boromir sculpts. It's one of the better ones from that set. Yes, the plastic Boromir from the Mines of Moria set is sort of the only tolerable one, and it's nice because it's dynamic. His pose is pretty good, but the detail level's pretty subpar. Damien says that Steve should be able to help. He's accidentally painted it 4 times already. Joshy says, basically what I'm planning is leave black in the recesses of the cloak and then drag grey and highlight with blue-grey. Yeah, that's basically the plan. Steve says, Incubi Darkness base and then slowly add in rust grey gradually. I did have some rust grey and I thought about bringing that in, so maybe that's a way to go. Keely has joined us after sleeping in. Tut tut, Keely, come on, get it together. And Aaron says, there was me thinking you'd start from grey, so I sprayed mine earlier. Should have left it black. Sorry, my dude. Usually I do grey for heroes, but I've gone off script today. Black leather, bit of blue added to the grey highlights. Yeah, it looks like we're all going for that sort of bluey grey kind of scheme. James Palmer says Steel Legion drab for the weathering dust. That's a good idea. Now, Steel Legion drab, is that the new version of Graveyard Earth? I can't remember. I'll have to check. Connor's joined us from Ireland. Cousin Painting says, where can I find the playlist for this series? The playlist is saved. If you just go to my channel page, there's like a playlist section. And then I think it's like the second one. It says Battle Games in Middle-earth playlists. If you want to go back and watch like 40 hours of stream content, please do. You're more than welcome. Simi says, is there a difference between the new and old edition? Of the game, yes. They're not huge differences though, just lots of subtle changes, lots of quality of life improvements, and some really lovely extra layers of rules. But the fundamental mechanics of this game are the same, which is awesome. Zoltan McComb joins us. He says, hello, first time here. Lovely to have you joining us, Zoltan. Certainly seen you in the comments, but your first time joining us in the stream. Are you going to dirty up your paint job, says Aaron? Yes, definitely. Chrissy Rigg has joined us. Evening, Chris. Josh says, leaving black in the recesses and layer over with a mix of grey and black. So yeah, I think that's essentially what we're going to do. And yeah, we will wet blend that. You know what I like about wet blending. It's not just cool and efficient, it's also really quick. So let's start off with that layer. We've got black down and we've got heavy blue-grey. So I think we'll start off just by mixing some blue-grey. I'm just going to switch to live to make sure you guys have got a good angle on that. Yeah, that's all right. So let's just grab a little bit of a batten. You know what? I'm not going to mix with that brush. One sec, just grab a new brush. Oh, might need that guy a bit later. Okay. Put your glasses back on, Lockie. Always forget. I take them off, and then I leave them off, and then boom, headache 3 hours into the stream. Not what we want. Alright, so let's just chuck a little bit of black down. Maybe a little more. Because we will be sort of mixing. Oh, that's interesting. Oh crap, my batter black is going hard. That is something I'll need to deal with later. Chuck in a bit of medium. Alright, now we want a little bit of heavy blue-grey. That Abaddon Black is like new as well. That is interesting. Need some agitators in my paint. If anyone knows or has a good link for agitators, drop it in the chat for me. Agitators are like the little glass balls. I think some of these paints are going to be a bit solid. Alright, let's bring in a little bit of Vallejo. Honestly, that's kind of getting there. We just want something really dark as our starting point. That is going to work pretty well, I think. Let's begin there. Let's grab ourselves our little Boromir. So basically, what I'm going to do, this is going to be almost everywhere. I just don't want pure black as the very base, except maybe in like the deepest shadows. So putting this dark grey mix pretty much all over, and this is pretty thin as well. So I'm not putting down heaps of paint. I'm not ruining all the lovely cloak detail. I'm just beginning to bring in some tone. We'll leave the insides black. That can be a little bit of inside black detail. Now, what colour is the inside of his cloak hem? I wonder if that, because often cloaks have like a lining to make them a little different. I wonder if we've got that happening here. We'll have to have a look at our reference photos. Oh, this is ages. been ages since I've actually done any painting. Basically the last stream, I just haven't had any time to paint minis lately. Been working on trying to get all the bits of content done, and so much stuff going on, obviously with the Minas Tirith build and working on all of that. Just give that another layer just to... It's quite translucent because I'm painting it nice and thin, so just another thin layer there over that middle section. Oh, don't forget between the strap. Did I get everything at the back? No, I haven't done this whole side. Oh my god, did I get everything? It's quite thin, so it should stay damp for a reasonable length of time. I'm not sure if you guys can see that. It's a nice dark layer of grey. Beautiful. I might have gone, let's see, I might need to put my volume up a bit. Moved off mic just a tad. Just go up a little bit just so you guys can hear me. Let me know at any point if there's any issues with sound or anything. Sometimes it's a bit hard to keep track of while I'm painting, so scream at me in the chat if anything's not happening. I'm going to mix up the next highlight now. Let's grab a little bit of this grey down. I'm giving it a good shake so it's actually got some nice consistency and it's not too thin. And then we're going to bring down more Abaddon Black, which is, yeah, this is a worry. Abaddon Black thickening up. I'll have to deal with that in due course. Yeah, that is like, that's not thickening up, that's like nearly solid. That's a worry. I mean, I've probably got like 50 cans of Abaddon Black from the, you know, those Conquest magazines. So, it's probably not the biggest issue in the world, but... Alright, that looks like a reasonable starting point for our next grey. This is going to be kind of our mid-tone, I think. We'll wet blend this guy in. I might have a little too, have that one a little too thickly. So let's... Not too much. Just pull that so it's nice and thin. And we just want this on the highlights now. Use it to make a little bit of a mid-tone on the broader areas, I suppose. We don't... Because it is going to dry quite dark as it goes down. So we'll pick out all these raised sections and some of the flatter bits and pieces. Yeah, that's looking really nice. Nice and thin. I'll lock my hands up to keep this nice and firm. Oh, that's looking really cool. Nice and subtle. Subtle is good. We're almost doing like that kind of dry brush overbrush highlight technique on the flatter areas to make it really kind of subtle. Let's take a little bit more off. Need my blotting paper. Just to blend it so that there's not really hard edges. Oh, that's looking really nice. We're getting there, guys. We're definitely getting there. That's kind of like those really darker tones established. Then we need to be sort of careful with some highlights and we'll basically be done. Now I think there's a trim on various bits of the cloak, so we'll have a look at that in a sec. We need a little bit more on this shoulder. Across the top. Very nice, very nice. I'm just kind of working on different bits of the model, building it up until I'm sort of happy with the profile. And once I've got that kind of broad, dry brushy tone down, I'm going to take this same colour and kind of work it in a bit more of a traditional edge highlight on some of these really prominent folds. And that way, it's the same colour. I'm using the same paint, but because I'm changing the like saturation of the pigment, you know, it's a little bit more opaque that I'm putting down on these raised ridges. It's using the same paint, the same color, but it's giving us a little bit more dynamic variation or tonal kind of variation, which is good because that's what fabric looks like, right? It's made from the same thing, but it's rippling under different light, so it has different luminance values. That's all pretty broad there at the back. We don't want to go too strong on that. Let's have a look. That's looking now. That's looking pretty good. Let's come in from this angle to make sure you guys can see my hand's not getting in the way, which I am guilty of on occasion. There's some really nice folds that we can give some subtle highlights there. Continue that down. Quite love painting fabric with lots of folds, and it's really fun for highlighting and stuff. You'll notice I'm also not going insane about it. I'm getting it done. We're not going for Golden Demon, we're going for nice. Alright, let's find out about these cloak linings, because I'm really happy with where that's going. Where's my reference image? So, in my reference image, his cloak lining is not open. Does anyone know the lining color of the this kind of extra layer of cloth inside? It's kind of the under tunic. So, I mean, you could justify that it's red, the same as the sleeves. So let me know what you guys think. I'll jump back into the chat in a sec. What I'm going to do is mix up the next little highlight color. I've still got that gray I just used and some blue on the wet palette. Oh crap, my wet palette is very wet today. Don't tip it. So I'm just going to mix more of that gray in to make the next color up. There we go, that's quite good. So this is just a brighter highlight, and this is probably going to be the top highlight. I doubt we're going to do much more than that. Well, cannot find my blotting paper, so this cardboard is gonna do. Pretty absorbent anyway, so it should work the same. And I've taken a lot of the paint off, so it's not too strong. And we're just working in some really subtle highlights. And I mean really subtle, because we don't want this to be super contrasty. If we get super contrasty, it will kind of look really unrealistic. So we're just sort of tinting some of these lighter areas. And we want to get these various little details on the chest where there's lots of cloth folds. Just get a tiny bit more, and I really want to pick out these little folds here. Brush tips misbehaving a little there. Just a little there. Beautiful. Right, that looks good. And the back, we'll match them on the same. Looking very nice. I think the grey might be there. Sometimes it's hard to know when to stop when you're highlighting cloth, because it's really fun. It's just a little bit of a ridge of fabric that we can accent there. Yeah, that's nice. That's good. And then I might accent this ridge just a little more, and maybe the inside of that as it ridges up to the center. Just to build up, like the light is hitting the fabric, so we want all of those raising sections to have that lighter tone. Blending that and blending that. That is not a subtle blend. Let's fix that now. That's a little strong. That's what happens when I'm painting on the side with a side light to try and help the camera. Is sometimes it's hard to see a certain angle. Well, I'm just gonna be sneaky here and darken back up by painting in a lower layer color to blend those components. Okay, looking good. Loving that front piece of fabric especially. Right, let's dive into the chat. Alrighty. Let's see. I'd go. Let's see. What do you, it seems it's also grey. Okay, so it looks like the lower layer is a different grey, although it could be nice to do it red anyway, just to give it a little bit of difference, more contrast. Yeah. Lots of people are talking about using contrast paints as an option. Aaron has painted his Boromir Prime in grey, so he's thinking he's going to go for a contrast option. Mark says, any painted model is a good painted model. Paint your minis. Yeah, Marky's smashing it. You've been painting heaps and heaps the last week, which is pretty cool. All right, so now we've got people saying it's like a dark red. All right, well, let's go for the red then, because I really like that idea. Key and Osty is waiting for their Palinor box to arrive so he can play with his younger brother. That's super cool. Really, really like that. We love indoctrinating the little ones into painting. Into painting and playing. Alright, where were we? Ryan says the stream is helping him get through 36 Morannon Orcs. Fantastic. Dakestro is joining us from Houston. Welcome. Her Jaeger says, do we know when GW is planning to do the next Made to Order for Middle-earth? Well, it was going to be really soon, but obviously it's been delayed by COVID. So essentially we don't know, but it will be soon-ish. Hopefully, you know, whenever it all comes back to it. Irish Pride says, I forgot to ask you in your previous stream, I know you focus on Lord of the Rings, which is cool. He says it's badass, in fact. But would you ever consider looking at the Skyrim tabletop game set? It's tough, because, like, you know, I love Elder Scrolls. For me, the minis are cool, but they don't sort of scream anything else. They're just kind of like cool medieval-style minis. The game system would have to be really good to rope me in. Between Star Wars, Legion, Middle-earth, and 40k, I feel like I'd have trouble juggling a fourth gaming system, considering I don't give the other two the love they need as it is. But I also really love new gaming systems, so I'll have to wait and see. Josh says, just buy any cheap 5mm stainless steel ball bearings on eBay, cheap as chips. I did hear that if you use stainless steel, sometimes eventually they can rust, so I was advised to maybe get glass. I don't know. Keen. Kenny Cage says, it's probably because you keep forgetting to close your lids during the stream. Yes, that's probably true. Yes, all right. I think that's most of it. Lots of people chatting in the chat today. People are talking about painting all ring wraith armies. So what have we got? What's everyone working on while we're painting today? What are we all churning through while I'm working here on my Boromir? We got anyone else but Aaron working on a Boromir? All right. So what we're going to do, I think, is we'll make this undercloth a dark red, and we'll make it not the bright red of the tunic, but the same red as the cape. So I'm going to grab some, look at that, my black paint pot is still lidded open. Let's grab some dark flesh tone. And we'll chuck a little bit of that in. I don't know if we might just actually do a prime of that. Yeah, we will. That's pretty red-brown, and then I can wet blend a prime, you know what I mean, a base coat. And then I'll wet blend into that. So I'm going to bring dark flesh tone in. I thin that out a little more on the palette. Careful to keep that off my you know, grey cloak, which I just painted, obviously. Very nice, little bit of dark flesh tone there, and then I'm going to bring in some gory red, or red gore, or evil sun scarlet, or I don't know, whatever it is in the new. If anyone's converting between any of these paint brands, there's a conversion chart linked in the description. It's the Daka one, just a simple web pagey thing. And then I'm just going to wet blend in a bit of this bloody red into the fabric. And that keeps it nice and lovely in the red-brown. But, you know, make sure that it's not sort of really bright, vibrant red. Alright, let's grab a little bit more of that dark flesh tone. And we're going to work this into the shield. The great thing about doing this layer first, of course, is I don't really have to be too worried about the metallic detail on the shield. This will take a couple of layers because the dark flesh tone's pretty thin. I'm just going to focus on getting that everywhere, and we'll thicken that up in a second once that first layer's down. I think we might do the red fabric now while we're sort of on a roll. So we're going to do essentially the same thing, but I'll just end up probably brightening the red fabric on the tunic a little bit more. So let's get our dark flesh tone base down. It's just a nice starting point because it does have that bit of brown in it. Where's the cloth here on this folded arm? We don't want to get this wrong. Seeing as we have already painted the grey cloth, we don't want any sort of overlap spill there. Up underneath, where's that chainmail begin? Okay, so that's all chainmail, so that is all cloth. All right. Being sloppy today. Sloppy, sloppy, sloppy. My brush control is just all over the shop. Must be rusty. That's what happens when you don't paint for 2 weeks. Sometimes you do get a little bit rusty. Alright, we need to make sure that red goes all the way up in. Beautiful. Alright, that's that down. I'm going to wet blend in now with my... I mean, this is all basically a layer rather than like a highlight. What I might do actually is put down the other dark flesh tone coat on... see, look how brown that goes when it dries. It looks quite bright when it goes down, but it gets quite nice and bright. So now this layer, I'll put down the second coat of dark flesh tone, which helps with the opacity. And then we'll bring in a bit of red. We're rushing that a little. Trying to avoid the brush strokes, but they're being a bit tricky. It is a little trickier because obviously it's a flat surface, so bringing in the red evenly can be a trick. Just wet blend in a little bit of that red. Doesn't matter if you do have a little bit of sort of natural variation of pigment across it, because you know it's sort of a weather-beaten shield. Oh, that's looking pretty cool. We'll let that component dry, and then we want to get a little bit more of this blood red onto Boromir's tunic. Gory red, sorry, not blood red. You guys know what I'm talking about. Here I am way off microphone. Hope that sounds a little better. It's really nice because the gaudy red is really thin. So you don't have to be worried about sort of over-lathering it on, because you can get a really nice saturation of color and it sort of spreads out, diffuses on its own. Alright, that red is getting there. I think I still want to make the tunic red a little brighter, like we said. So I'm going to actually grab another red, which I didn't think I would use, which is my bloody red, the bright, bright red. Right, in comes the bloody red, and this one will be more of a traditional highlight. Obviously everything's still a little bit wet, but I just want to pick out the higher points of the fabric, just to create a little bit of contrast. It brightens up the sort of overall look of the tunic, but also gives us that highlight on the fabric, so it's not as flat. There we go. Is that more? That's chainmail. Just making sure I have got all the right bits of fabric. Make sure to get, you know, like the lining face as well. So don't just paint the flat surface. You got to paint the whole edge of that fabric as well, where it meets up. I'm so tempted to put a little bit of red on that layer, but I'm going to show restraint. You know what? I'm not. I'm going to give it a tiny highlight on the edges here. If it gets too light, we can null and oil it back. No, I think that was worth it. Look at that, the grey cloak is coming together. We've got the red fabric down. We've got that little bit of brown red. I'd say the next biggest layer will be, I mean, maybe what we could do is do metallics last. So we'll keep working through sort of leather colours. Let's have a look. I'm just going to glance at my reference photo. Let's glance at one together. Let me check out the book here. I wonder if I had any other shots. I've got so many reference books over there. I wonder what other shots of Boromir I could have found, but that's alright. He's not wearing his elven cloak in this one, which is a shame. I really like the elven cloak models. Did you get that extra bit of green? Okay, none of the reference photos I have in there show the colour of the straps. Let's check my other little photo. So it looks like it's all fairly dark. It isn't grey, it's sort of like, it's actually dark. Oh, the belt strap is brown. Okie dokie. Oh, now we must remember, there's actually a little bit of red tunic under his neck. The hem of his tunic here has just a little bit of red on it. So that, I don't actually know how much we can see. No, we can. That there, that little bit of detail there, that's red. And you really want that to pop because it kind of frames his face. So that layer's black, that's black. So it's literally, on this particular model, what we can see is very small. But it is there. There's a tiny little collar of red. There we go. At least it's sort of popping up now. And that really helps sell the whole thing that the red is an undershirt too. Very cool indeed. Very cool. Alright, let's look at doing our leathers. So, what have we got for leather? We have, we've got tan, we've got dark flesh tone. I think that might be a little too light. No, I think it'll be okay. I think we can make that work. So have I still got some dark flesh tone usable on the wet palette? I sure do. So we're going to hit his beautiful greaves. Oh, it's so thin. I'm going to start with charred brown. I want that deeper brown in the shadows. So I'm going to throw some charred brown down, which is the same as Rhinox hide. So Rhinox hide everywhere first. And we're going to be hitting the greaves on the arms. Probably the handle of the sword, but we can't see any of that, which makes it easy. So we want... Yeah, look at that. Much better opacity. So his little greaves, which do have beautiful embossed white tree detail that we would never see at this level, unfortunately. That is far beyond me. I remember we talked about painting it on Aragorn, because Aragorn takes the greaves off Boromir's body, of course, but it's just not a thing. It's so brutal, so tiny. And that wraps all the way around. Lots of leather straps. So again, thin layers. Thin layers are good layers, as always. We'll pick out the leather strappings going around his waist as well. They're sort of a grey, like a lighter grey, but by bringing a little bit of brown into them, it helps to break up the model, and even though it's not 1,000,000% accurate, I think it's worth it, because it helps the detail sing a bit more when you've got these kind of defining elements. It's got a beautiful little scabbard here for his sword, which is very cool. Be able to do some cool detail work on that in a bit. Yeah, see, it's giving the model so much more pop just having that as a different shade. We'll keep it muted and subtle, but definitely worth doing. I'm also going to put brown on the back of the shield where I can see it, which is in a fairly limited region. But it is a big round shield, so we do see a little bit of it. Cool, that's red on the back is drying really nicely as well. I'm happy with how that tone's come out. Let's just check the saturation of colour on these greaves. It's looking pretty good. I'll just give them another light coat. Which will make them sort of nice and wet again for the wet blend. Yep, they're looking pretty good. Oh, I forgot about the strap going across his chest. Now, boy, is this one you don't want to get wrong. I'm not repainting that black. It's quite a fair bit of brown on the model, actually. I keep seeing details that are going to be brown. Of course, we can do his hair while we've got the brown out. That's going to have a brown base at the very least. He does have some brown with a little bit of kind of fairer elements running through it, so brown base is perfect. It's quite nice detail in that hair. I won't bother doing the beard yet. I'll probably just finish that after I do the skin, which is scary and dangerous, but I think I'll be okay. A few more extra layers on that brown there. Very nice indeed. Alright, let's work in some lighter colours. So now we'll go to our dark flesh tone and bring that into our greaves. Get that nice and light. And I might I'll lighten up this strap a bit as well, but I will give this a wash, so it will go darker. Because it's got some really lovely kind of checker plate recessed detail. So by putting in this extra bit of highlight, when we wash it, it'll really sing. And we'll do the same with this little strappy here. But yeah, the leather on his greaves is actually quite light. So what I'm actually going to do is give that a little highlight with tan just on the edges. Probably mix a little bit of dark flesh tone in so it's not so obscene. I'll just put in just a little highlight. Down the ridge, along the edges, sort of accenting the corners, and then a little bit down the center as well. Just to give that a bit of definition. And I'll pick out the straps with that as well. It's just the straps for the greaves though. And then we'll give that all a wash. Push that back one more shade, but that is looking nice. All right, so what are we going to do? I might even use this highlight on the belt really subtly. I'm not dragging it across the whole layer. I'm literally just picking out little squares here and there. To really accentuate the checker plate. That looks quite good. And then a little highlight at the center of the strap. Not the whole thing, just the center. It's quite a nice mid-tone for his hair, actually. Love it when you accidentally knock out layers you weren't trying to do. Helps for a speedy paint job. Which we want today because we've got 2 epic battle reports to dive into. I'm so excited to play these BATREPs. Love Amon Hen. Mark, if you lived in bloody Tweed and, you know, we weren't all isolated, could have had you over. Could have had you over for the Amon Hen stuff. Alright, that is looking really nice. So we'll bring in some washes soon. I think it's time to switch to metallics. I might throw the bone down for... No, we'll do the metallics first. So let's go to silver, our little workhorse layer. Just get that lid out of the way. I'm just going to let all those layers dry before I dive straight into the silver, just so that the red's fully dry, so that I don't get any running of pigments. I don't want that silver to mix with the red and get like a reddy stain through the silver. Let me swing back into chat. This is odd. Seem to have lost you guys. Where did you go? Come back here. Where's my chat gone so I can talk to you all? All right, we're back. I can see you all. So yeah, he's coming along. He's coming along. I'm quite happy with that. Quite happy. We're gonna have a cool little layer. I really like the blue-grey and how that's gonna look against the red. And then once the silver and gold's in there, that's going to look absolutely awesome. So let's whiz through this chat and touch base with you all. Where was I up to? Somewhere up here. Oh my god, you guys are chatting away. What have we all been working on? That's what I asked. Right. Josh is laughing about the fact that I was talking about how I always leave my paint pots open, and one of my paint pots was open, the black. Jerry says he's working on 40k orcs. Maito Kolo worked on 20 Warriors of the Dead today. Fantastic. Weepix is painting King Theoden. Dropping my model. That's why we have painting handles. He just finished 5 Royal Guard as well. Fantastic. Yeah, dude. Obviously, I'm sure most of you guys know I have a pure Royal Guard army, but I'm working on it. Well, beginning my next journey will be a Wayne Rider themed army, which will be a mix of Karnish and Easterling forces, as well as a Mordor War Beast to represent their sort of war wagon, the Wayne Riders' war wagons, and we'll dish that up basically to make it look like a big Persian armored elephant kind of thing with lots of Easterling shields and custom armor plates and stuff. And so I've been planning how to do my chariots and my various cavalry units. And so I've discovered something that's pretty cool that I think it was a fellow called Ben on the GBHL, one of Joshua Bryant's mates. He has been redoing all his Royal Guard with the metal cataphract horses rather than the normal plastic Rohan horses, and they look so good. And I have so many Royal Guard who keep snapping the ankles of their horses. Now the downside is to redo that I've got like 15 Royal Guard mounted in my army currently. I'd have to find 15 metal cataphracts. It probably isn't that hard, and but then I need like another 15 for the Khand army, so I'm looking at trying to track down like 30 Easterling metal cataphracts, and then I'd have to paint another like 15 horses for the Rohan army that's supposed to be finished. So don't know how I feel about that, but they're meant to be like my showpiece army, and they look really good. And I'm also with the Eastern cataphracts, and I'm also not really happy with how I've based them currently, and I don't know, it feels like it could meant to be. Eric Fountain is painting the Hobbit escape from Goblin Town. Fantastic. We've got Tabletop Critters isn't painting today, but doing some designs in Illustrator. Ooh, exciting. Joshy Summers is painting 60 Minotaurus Warriors. He's trying to paint 2 full armies in 2 weeks. Managed to finish my Isengard in a week, so he's on track. Yeah, his Isengard look fantastic as well. He's posting some photos in our Patreon chat and on the Facebook page. Charles Ashford is working on the Scouring of the Shire set. Ayama is doing a custom Rider of Rohan Captain and also a D&D figure. Cool, very cool. Declan Callahan's assembling 24 more Goblin mercenaries for his Gundabad forces. Oh man. Darren says some more mounted Royal Guard. Take him up to 12. Fantastic, fantastic. Kian says, how do you use the flesh wash? Well, I'll show you very soon. With the Reichland Flesh Shade. Goes really well over Kislev and some highlights. Ryan Chandik is doing an all-black dragon cataphract army. Fantastic, Ryan. I'm guessing we've got lots of dragon knights. Probably an Easterling war priest as well, if you're taking lots of dragon knights, because they're only courage 4. You've got lots of juicy goodness there, and Umdur, of course. Maybe even Kamul. Although he's not a black dragon, sort of, you know, he could be the Dragon Emperor though, so that could fit. Definitely check out the Green Dragon podcast on Easterlings. They did a great job discussing them. Hecate says they're painting a dwarf army for the return of Warhammer Fantasy. Hell yeah, fantastic. Chris Liga loves Easterlings. If we couldn't tell, he always talks about them. They're very cool. They're very cool. I want to track myself down a whole bunch of the metal blisters troops, the pikemen. They look fantastic. Oh, sorry, huge yawn. Still early for me. Working on Uruk Warriors currently, says Joseph. Once the lockdown is over, our local club is going to have a massive Battle of Helm's Deep. That's fantastic. Einamir is working on Warriors of Minas Tirith. Commonwealth Gamer. Oh, cool. Some Barrow Downs with Tom Bombadil. Very cool. Very cool. We've got... Ryan is, first time joining us on the stream, but really enjoying them. That's fantastic. Thank you, dude. Chris says he wishes he had a community in his city. Whereabouts do you live, Chris? I wouldn't be surprised if we could link people up with you. The community is growing every day. Mita Colo really loves the Easterlings. He wishes they had a few more models. Obviously, they've only got really 2.5 troop variations, but they've got some pretty amazing heroes. Just bought a load of Osgiliath terrain and a Rohan stronghold, says Head Health Running. That's definitely going to keep you busy for a while. Absolutely, absolutely. Ryan started Easterlings when they were those 3 metal blisters, which is exciting. Oh, that's cool. French Chic. That's a special paint that Kian uses over his minis. Is it like a wash or a varnish? Yeah, it should be interesting. Chris is excited, hoping that we're getting War in the North soon as our next supplement. Definitely at some point. Yeah, it's absolutely going to happen. Absolutely going to happen. Hector from Guatemala is joining us. It's 4 o'clock in the afternoon for him. Fantastic. He's working on his Black Gate of Mordor model. He's got a stunning Black Gate. He posted up some photos on our Facebook page. Would have been last week sometime, and it's looking so cool, Hector. Great work. Can't wait to see it all finished. Absolutely fantastic with all the spiky detail on the gates. So yeah, it looks fantastic. Can't wait to see a big game on that. Yes, I wouldn't be surprised for War in the North if we get some Erebor stuff. Yeah, that whole northern front, it's got to be coming at some point for soon. Kenny said, I literally went from I'm going to show restraint to actually no restraint from Lockie in less than a second. Yeah, that happens often. Mitacola says he converted his mounted bannerman, but it's not as cool as the Games Workshop mounted war priest. It's a good way to do it though. It's a good base. It's a very, very, very good base to get that. You guys are loving the Easterlings. Aramanth is painting some doggos. He's got 6 wild wargs and their chieftain, 24 warg riders, Gothmog, Arzog, Shaku on wargs, and Farmer Maggot's dogs. Bork. That is a lot of dogs. Dogs. That is crazy. Josh said, I tried to paint them on my Helm's Deep Aragorn, was a challenge, just did some small silver swirls. Josh is talking about the little sort of silver detail on, or embossed detail on Boromir's leather greaves, which is, yeah, absolutely awesome stuff. Yeah, Lockie's joining the Easterling gang. I mean, I'm using Easterling models, but most of them will actually be using Khandish profiles. So I'll have Khandish chariots, and all those chariots will have their horses swapped out for Easterlings, and then I'll use Khandish horsemen and take those spare horses I have and then convert Easterling bowmen on those horsemen and paint the armor to look more like leather than armor. Essentially, I'm just trying to make like a unique aesthetic. A few people have been doing it lately, actually. Someone did it recently on the GBHL page and it looked amazing. But something I've been wanting to do for like probably 3 or 4 years. Make a big Wayne Rider army, so stealing and pinching everyone's little ideas that we see over the last couple of years and finally getting it to happen. So I currently have 5 Khandish chariots, 15 Khandish horsemen, and 6 cataphracts lying off to the side that need to be all kind of converted. And then I will have some actual Easterling units. Umdur will be in the army as well as 6 cataphracts with a war drum. And then I should have a war beast as well. So lots of stuff. I don't know how competitive it's going to be, but I really want it to look beautiful. And I don't mind. I mean, it's still got heaps of chariots, lots of really interesting impact hits. So I think it'll be a difficult army to play well, but we could certainly make it look pretty cool. How many months until the next book comes out? We don't know, of course. So Quest for the Ring Bearer is the next book, but it would have got pretty substantially delayed because of COVID. So we'll have to wait and see, I guess. When did Scouring of the Shire come out? Because that's the interesting one. That was, I want to say maybe April, May. So that was like now. Or maybe it was June. I don't know, but it'll still be a little while, I think. Sinner's working on Rohan walls and towers. Fantastic. Friendship paint is like a Citadel paint. I've mixed some paints to make a paint exactly like the Warriors of the Dead color. Very cool. Good highlight color for those Warriors of the Dead. Dylan Patel says he wants to start my Rohan army, but I'm currently waiting for my Games Workshop order of paints. Well, hopefully they'll arrive soon, my dude. Aaron says if it wasn't so expensive, Khant would have been my go-to evil army. And I've gone with Uruk Scouts instead. Yeah, they're an awesome army, but they are all metal. I love my all metal armies, though. They look so good. I love the sculpt detail. Alright. How's Boromir looking? He is looking good. He's looking fine. Let's get our chainmail down, our silver detail with a bit of lead belcher, and then that way we can do our null oil wash over the top of all of the chainmail. I'm going to grab this lead belcher, and I am going to thin it out on my palette a bit because it's getting a bit gross and a bit old. So just by bringing that moisture back in and thinning it on the palette, it's going to do the job. So we're going to prime the sword. It's a fair bit of silver detail on Boromir. Want to be careful. We obviously don't want to get any paint on the cloak, but we do want to get all the sides of the sword. Working right up to the cloak fabric. And, oh, look at that blade edge. That looks cool, but it is going right up to that cloak, which is a bit scary. Nice and gentle. Good. Oh, man, once you start putting down a bit of metallics, a bit of extra detail, it all starts to come alive. We want to hit the hilt as well. I've actually been pretty close and personal to a really high quality Boromir sword, one of the like $15,000 ones that Weta were making. They released like only 15 of them, and they're made by, you know, the swordsmith. Oh man, his name has blanked me at the top of the head. What's the master swordsmith who Peter Lyon, I think it is, who sort of was brought on to work with Weta during the films and then essentially stayed on forever as one of their permanent staff, making weapons and swords and things. He's just sort of eternally churning out swords for products now. Alright, that's looking good. Got the chainmail there, we got the sword. Let's do the other little bit of chainmail while we're on the chainmail run. Push that right in there. Fantastic. Now we'll do the silver detail on the shield. I do love this shield. It's sort of like one of the only kind of classic, almost Nordic round shields that we see in the film's adaptation. Obviously, I mean, we've got, apart from Rohan, I mean, but in Gondor, it's the only round shield that we see. I've seen people do press molds of it for like Fountain Court, which does look interesting. But I think they look best with Numenor shields or some sort of press molded shield that's really ornate, matches their armor. Alright, gonna get a little bit of silver all the way around the rim. I'm doing the sort of side rim first, just because it's easy to control and make sure I keep it off all the wrong layers. All the way around. This underside's a little tricky, just make sure that you do keep it off the grey. Beautiful. Now I'm going to keep my brush sort of transverse, you know, almost horizontal to the painting surface as I paint the rim, so that there's very, very little chance of me accidentally getting paint on the brown lining. And then we'll just pick out these little corners. I have made one little error, but one error is easy to clean up. There we go, it's coming alive. Bit of silver in the mix now. Okay, so there's a whole bunch of buckles and things. I'm just going to jump to my reference photo and have a look. Alright, so we've got big silver buckles on the chest. Oh, they're like little clasps that are holding the jerkin together. It's like in two halves. So all of these little dudes are silver. That little guy there is also silver. And then there's a clasp at the neck, which is silver. Oh, very cool. Very, very cool. I'd really love to see this sculpt with an elven cloak. Would be tricky, because you'd have to essentially sculpt it underneath the... Oh yeah, it'd be very tricky. But geez, it'd be cool. If anyone's ever done that conversion, sculpted a cloak on and made it fit underneath the shield and wrap around, maybe Stephen Crow, have you ever done that? I know you've painted 4 of these guys. It's very, very cool. Okay, where else have we got metal? On the... on this pommel guard. Oh no, this is part of the scabbard, actually. And I'm going to pick out these little crisscrosses in metal as well. Lovely. That's the flat surfaces, and then you also need to pick out the sides. And then, of course, there's the top section of the scabbard where it joins the leather belt, which is reinforced with metal so that it stays nice and firmly affixed, and it locks nicely into the... Geez, I really like that belt. I don't know if it actually needs any highlights, any washers. And then there's a little metal buckle in here on the belt, so we'll just put a little touch of silver in there to capture that. Oh god, this guy's just coming alive. Coming alive. I might just touch that up a little more, really emphasize that. Oh, that's a buckle right there. Let's get that. Another little buckle. I love this sculpt. Oh, so cool. Okay, so that is our silver down. No, we've got buckles. I knew there were more buckles. I'd seen them somewhere. Of course, on the underside. The underside of the greaves. Words. Sorry, I'm getting all focused. Alright, looking good. Looking good. Obviously there'll need to be a little bit of washing in certain spots, but I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to go straight to Mithril Silver, or Stormhost Silver. Give that a really good shake. Yes, nicely shook. I'm just going to do a really subtle edge highlight on the sword. Which I normally do after the wash, but I'm really liking how bright that sword is. Oh, that looks really nice. And I'm going to brighten up a few regions of the chainmail, because Boromir's chainmail is like really beautiful and sparkling. It's not like a burnished steel, it's like really nice high quality steel. I need to brighten up some of these little clasps. Really want his metal to kind of sing and be like really beautiful. So I'll give that metal, that sword, a subtle wash. Yeah, we might edge highlight all of these shield details as well. Just to really make them pop. Just going around the ring. Give that a little something all the way around the rim, just a little hit on that edge, gives it a little And then, of course, that guy as well. Ooh, this is looking cool. I do not want to give this model away. It looks so nice. Good thing I've got another 2 set aside for me to paint for myself. So, that is our Stormhost Silver done. So now we're going to need to put a wash down when that silver is fully dry. So let's keep doing our metallics. And of course, our last metallic is our gold. Got some beautiful gold detail on the horn. And that's really it, I think. And then we have the whole, like, what are we doing with his red fabric? But that's like a whole other question. So this whole piece is gold. All the way down to the rim. Applied that on with a bit too much moisture. Way too much moisture. Had my brush kind of a bit wet then by accident, that's okay. I want a nice even coat of Retributorama all over that horn tip, and I believe this is brass as well, this little tip here, or like a golden brass anyway. And there's a middle section to it that he's holding, which I think is like a brown. Yeah, I don't know about that one. I think it's brown. Hey, Trent's joining us. Hey, dude. Coming to hang in, slumming it with the plebs, Mr. 40,000. Hanging out with us little 15Kers today. What's the weather like down in Adelaide? The man himself, Trent from Miscast Terrain, has just joined us, everyone. Everyone say hello. So he's got like that little brown section underneath the hand, I believe. I think that's like a leather strap. Or like a leather joinery part where it was, because he's sort of like ripped it off the straps right now to kind of, you know, blow the horn. So I think it is a browner section there. So let's just leap back. Oh, sorry guys. Let's just leap back to a little bit of brown. I'm going to grab my dark flesh tone, I think. No, we'll go deeper than that. We'll go charred brown, and I'll just slide that in underneath the hands, just on that little section there. It's literally just underneath the palm where he's gripping, and that's it. And then we're going to do the bone layer while we're here. So the first up, I'm just going to put some khaki down. Obviously, we're working up to an ivory, but I'm going to go khaki just because the bone white is quite thin. So if we put ivory down as a base, we can obviously try and get a better saturation over this black. Now that's a bit of the problem, of course, when we do prime in black. But we went that way because of the cloak, so it just means that it makes a little bit of extra work on different layers, but it saves so much work on our cloak layer that it was worth it. So let's get that in and around. Khaki looks good. I mean, we could even blend some bone white into this khaki layer, but honestly a highlight is probably going to be sufficient because we want it to be pretty flat, and then maybe we'll bring in a little bit of white to be the sort of highlight. So I think we'll focus on a layer. Make sure you get that ivory right up to that section. Let's try and keep the excess off the skin so we can preserve that detail. But I mean, obviously I haven't painted that yet, so it's not a big deal if you spill a little bit here and there. Alright, that bone's on the way. So I think we might as well whip out the Nuln Oil. We'll give that a good shake. We'll whip out our Nuln and we'll give it a juicy little wash in a few targeted areas. So, where are we going to be hitting? Ugh, didn't wash that brush out appropriately. That's great. re-establish that tip. Let's see if we can get that gross bit of pigment out of there. Null oil on my fingers, that's what you want. That stuff is sticky. Alright, where were we? So let's get a little bit of null oil on the sword, just a tad. Just helps really create definition in the fuller. Around the pommel as well, and the crossguard. And then what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to null oil the entire shield. Because I really like where the tone is currently, but it's too good to pass up putting a little bit of shadows in and around that rim. Hope that was on camera for you guys. Getting all carried away with my washing. So all over the silver, all around the rim, we've done the flat profile of the shield. You can see how much kind of, bringing that shade in really adds to that. We want the chainmail, we want this greave. Now is Bori wearing gloves, or is he? I think he's wearing gloves, which I have neglected. I thought they were flesh, but no, I believe they're actually gloves. And we'll do this greave as well, and that piece of chainmail, of course. Keep it off the red, we're happy with the red. Now we have a choice here of whether or not we go in on the leather strapping. I'm going to leave the cross-check strap, but I will darken the shield slung strap. That helps create another tonal variation as well, so worth it, I think. Oof, looking juicy, looking juicy. Yeah, I like that strap, I like that color where it is. I'm also going to bring a little bit of red just into this underlayer, this undershade here, just to darken that, just a touch to push it back into the model a little. That's looking pretty solid. Might throw some shade down on his hair actually. Start to bring some definition into that. While we're going to be waiting on one shade layer drying, might as well get as many of them down as we can. Then I'll just need a little dry brush to bring in the sort of lighter tones. Looking very nice. I'll just wick away a little bit of this agrax from the shield because we don't want it all pooling down the base. But it's given me enough to sort of stain it. We'll kind of thicken out this center section of the shield though, because I like that looking like a kind of beaten, worn steel. Oh, I have supplies being delivered. Aha! Thank you very much. The banana and water has arrived for breakfast. Thank you, girls. You beauty, banana time. Alright, so now we just need one little bit of agrax, I think, which is for our gold, which should be dry by now. The retributor armor dries pretty quickly. Yeah, he wears gloves, says Buck and Duck. Kiara O'Connor has joined us. Hey, I just want to say the Minas Tirith wall guide is amazing. I can't wait for more parts to follow along with. Absolutely, absolutely, dude. I'm working on it. Basically, this week is about paying bills. I'll smash out a little Star Wars tutorial that I have basically finished anyway, and then I'll pay some bills, and then early next week I'll dive straight back into the next section of Minas Tirith. I've got all the templates ready to go. I just have to cut the next little wall section and stuff, and we'll work on towers and the extra crenellations and the sort of more complex battlements, which will be really cool as well. Alright, let's grab that Agrax Earthshade. Now, while I've got you all here in the chat, we have a very important question to discuss. Trent from Miscast, he posed a very, very important question in one of his more recent videos, which was, what are your top 3 favorite biscuits? Now, I know we've got a lot of UK viewers here in the stream, so you guys, I'm sure, will, as the heavy consumers of the tea and biscuit, you'll have some opinions. I'll hold mine. I'll tell you what, my favorite's got to be mint slice. Do you guys have mint slice all around the world? It's like this mint cream filling with biscuit and then coated in chocolate. Oh my god, it's amazing. And then what else have we got? I mean, I just love myself like a good triple choc cookie. They're pretty solid. And then like maybe like chalk orange. Like you can tell I'm a sweet tooth. These are all pretty hardcore. Yeah, there's like these Jaffa biscuits that have like orange and poppy seed and then a chocolate coating. They're so good. They're like, I don't know, the Cole's own brand. I don't know what they're actually called, but that's they're my top 3, I think. Whereas there's been a bit of contention with Trent. He's got some weird choices. I don't know if he's still watching or if he just said hello and nicked off. But if you are still watching, Trent, why don't you inform the viewers of your interesting choice for first place? I agree, Mint Slice was his 3rd place, which I'm totally fine with. But his first place was just a bit odd. I almost unsubscribed. That's the kind of odd we're talking about. He's gonna kill me for bringing this up. But I want answers. Am I alone, or is I can't even remember what the biscuit's called that he likes. But I can picture it. It's all right, but it's not first place material. Anyway, we'll find out. What do you guys reckon in the chat? Sinner says anything mint covered in chocolate is pretty good. Yeah, absolutely. Henry says digestives, dark chocolate, custard cream, and hobnob. There's a lot of English biscuits that I haven't tried. Oreos and squiggles. The Oreos aren't too bad. Are squiggles a kiwi, Bicky? Buck and Duck? Are they kiwi? Oh, wagon wheels. Wagon wheels are pretty good. Yeah, Keely's on it. Declan loves mint slice. Excellent. Oh, another vote for squiggles from Michael Frank. I don't think we have squiggles in Australia. I'm going to message Trent on Facebook. Make sure he's paying attention to this unfolding. Let's see. Yeah, because obviously we've got lots of biscuits all around the world, and we don't all have the same thing, so we don't have squiggles. But maybe I don't think we do anyway. All right, there we go. I messaged him. Squiggles are kiwi. Okay, so they are kiwi. What is a squiggles, Bicky? Please explain. Kiwi. I think we've got at least Declan and Buck and Duck are Kiwis in at the moment. Kenny Gage says the Coles Bakery Ultimate Chocolate Chip Cookie. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That's my number. What did I say? Mint Slice. That's my number 2, I reckon. Love those. They're so good. Maybe the Jaffa one's number 3. I do love myself those Jaffa Bickies. They're pretty solid. I've just realised I've missed out this little section of bone. Where's my car key gone? I should still have a little bit on the wet palette. Just this little tiny section of ivory in the inside sort of portion. I'll just drop that in there and then I'll shade that to make it kind of a bit darker. All right, speaking of ivory, let's bring in the bone white because that first layer is fairly dry. So this is where we bring in the proper ivory now. And we're just going to layer that all over the whole section. We're going to get that a nice even coat. And then while it's wet, I think what I'll do is I'll bring in just a tiny bit of white scar and just make like a little highlight into it. It looks really nice already, actually, just going down over the car key. Blends really nicely. I won't put any in the recessed section because I do want that to be a little darker. Yeah, geez, that's looking really cool. Once we get the finger details on there, that's going to look really nice. But let's do a really subtle blended highlight. Alright, I've got my white scar. Haha! Geez, the chat's more alive it's been the whole time. Talking about Easterlings and biscuits, that's what gets you guys going. Let's bring... Oh my god, that white scar is a mess. I just need like a whole new paint set. Seriously, how are these drying out? Tiny bit of white scar coming in. Just to blend into it. So I'm using the layer paint. It's pretty thin. And it's very much the wet blend. just to create a little bright spot. There we go. Looking solid. Just a little gleam, and then I'll darken up that inner section. Is that khaki dry enough? Yeah, it's dry enough for a bit of shade. I'll just chuck a little bit more agrax into that rim, just to darken that up a touch. Alright, coming along leaps and bounds. The agrax has pushed that gold down nicely. It could actually probably do with a second coat. I really want that recessed detail to kind of shine, and then I might give that a further highlight with a little bit of Stormhost silver. We'll see how we go. But obviously that'll have to dry first. So let's just get a little bit more agrax in there to really, really pack in that recessed detail. I don't think I need agrax anywhere else. So boots and gloves, that'd be next. Two regions that I've completely neglected and sort of forgotten about because I was getting all excited about that beautiful detail around the central area. So if we leap to our reference photo, they're all black. They're all black. Well, that makes it quite easy because what we can do is just grab our grey colours, and I'm not going to highlight them as sort of you know, aggressively, or... Oh, that's brown. Good work, Lockie. Pick the right colour off the palette. I'm going to do a little bit of this darker grey and just give them some kind of subtle highlights. I won't bother doing the full treatment because these are sort of areas that you want to kind of fall away into darkness. They're not really areas you want to draw the eye, so I'll just get grey down mostly all over these boots as a sort of layer. And I'll do the same thing for the gloves. Just a little bit of my dark grey on the gloves. It's a very fine gloves. Now I've got to be careful here because I don't want to ruin any of the bone work that I've done. It's important with the hands, especially the hand holding the I will finish this sentence. The hand holding the horn, that we do get some decent detail into this one because it is a focal point. Okay, I'm going to need to mix some new blacks. So those guys on the wet palette are basically cooked. So let's get a little bit of that in there. Ah, man, my brush has just got too much moisture in it for mixing. It's a little bit too much water on my wet palette today, I think. I'm surprised with this bad and black. I really am. Quite dried out. Alright, let's grab a little bit of heavy blue grey to mix into that, just to create that little highlight tone. Interesting. That's my heavy blue grey. Oh, looks like it might be clogged. Having no luck with paints today. Got some. Alright, so we want to mix up our little highlight. Yeah, that's looking pretty good. Don't want too much on the brush. I just want to give all of these fingers a nice little highlight, and then I'll probably give the gloves a wash to help with the recessed detail. Just so those gloves do have a bit of a tonal difference between the wood wrap that they're holding and the color of the glove, the color of the horn. Work in a little bit of grey there onto that glove as well. Cool. All right, gloves done. I'll do a little quick highlight with this same colour on the boots. But this shouldn't be too much of an issue because we'll wash this all back. This will all melt away. And of course this will be like, they'll be covered in flock and stuff. So they're not going to be a huge focal point. Okay, gloves done, sword done. We basically have skin tone, guys. Skin tone, and then finishing touches and a bit of basing. And Bori is going to be ready. So, Boromir has quite a Caucasian skin tone. Sort of different to the warmer looks of Aragorn. So all that means is we're going to do the same sort of technique we normally do, but we'll just bring in a little bit more of that highlight at the end. So let's grab a little bit of Kislev flesh. I'm going to throw that down. Now, we are painting over black here. We'll see if we can get away with it, but we may need to layer some heavy skin tone underneath to get truer sort of skin reading. Reckon I can make it work. No, I'm regretting it. Alright, heavy skin tone time. Tried to cheat, got punished for it. What the hell is heavy skin tone? Alright, where is heavy skin tone? I cannot read them over there. There we go. Okay, meanwhile, let's return to the Bicky debate and see what has unfolded. Alright. Oh, Miscaster's back. Miscaster's back. Alright, Trent, let's see what's going on here. So, Squiggles are a chocolate biscuit. So, we've got a contender from the Kiwis, Trent. They're recommending this biscuit called Squiggles, which I've never tried. It's a chocolate bicky with squiggly lines of different flavors on it, such as Hokey Pokey. Oh my god, that sounds amazing. Yes, khaki is how we say it in Australia, not khaki, which I think is how you guys say it. Good old Viennese chocolate sandwich biscuit. Oh, that sounds good. That sounds good. And this is the other thing that James Palmer is recommending this. The classic rich tea. They have biscuits that taste like tea. It's weird. Yeah, apparently Luke from our fellow friend Luke from Luke's APS, Trent, swears by them. Shortbreads with a chocolate base only, says Keeley. Cadbury's chocolate fingers, they're pretty good. Yeah, they're not bad. They're not bad. Cadbury's fingers, says Dylan, backing up James Palmer on that one. JPS says eat each end and use them as a straw for your tea. Trent, we're not alone. So we have Tim Tams in Australia. I think they're Aussie, right? I don't think they're around the world a little bit, but not too much. They're like 2 bits of biscuit with like a chocolatey cream in the middle, and then they're all chocolate coated. And we have a technique called the Tim Tam straw, which is where you bite the end off each, and then you like suck your chocolate milk or your tea through the Tim Tam like a straw. And it looks like so that was Josh, wasn't it? Josh from the UK, and he was saying. He was recommending that for, I think, the Viennese chocolate sandwich biscuit, which sounds similar to a Tim Tam, I've got to admit. So, interesting. Back on topic, Josh says Bugman's Glow is a great start base for any skin tone. Yeah, that's very similar to heavy skin tone. Very similar indeed. Cadbury's fingers too are good. Trent says all these biscuit suggestions are valid. Love a Cadbury's finger, but chocolate shortbreads suffer from an identity crisis. Chocolate royals is a tricky one because you can only eat like 2 at most. Good points, Trent. Trent, what was the bicky that came in first place? Give us your top 3, Trent. What was first, second, and third? You can nearly use a Cadbury finger as a bootleg Tim Tam in a desperate time. Yeah, the Tim Tam Slam, that's right. Yes, they're solid. Yeah, July maybe. We might get the next release in July. Well, honestly, we'll just have to wait and see. Michael says my local GW manager is an Aussie and he almost fainted when we brought him in some Tim Tams. Dylan says Tim Tams are knockoff penguins. Oh, that's rough. Tim Cafferty's joined us. Welcome, Tim. One of our Mega Zorptrons. Another one. We've got a couple of them in tonight with Buck and Duck and Timmy now joining us as well. I think I saw a few earlier. Joshy Summers, of course. The Mega Zorptron crew, our highest rank of Patreon supporters, is in force on our stream today, which is always good. I love to see those guys. I do the Twix straw for a hot chocolate. Very nice, very nice. All right, so Monte Carlo. That was the third biscuit I couldn't remember. So shortbread, which is just boring. Mint slice, which is fantastic. And then Monte Carlo. Monte Carlo it doesn't deserve first place, Trent. It's just wild. It's just absolutely wild. Nerd Shack also says you can use Kit Kats as straws by biting each end off. Man, I think the next video Larissa and I need to do is rating chocolate biscuits. We'll do like a response video, Trent. Oh, good lord. Good lord. Alright, let's get the heavy skin tone down before we lose complete control of our senses. So heavy skin tone is just a simple kind of base point. It just helps the layers on top of it sort of keep their sort of truer pigments rather than kind of losing it over the black. I'm just going to hit everywhere basically. I'm not going to worry too much about the beard or any of that. I'm going to get, in the eye recesses. I'm just going to avoid the hair that I have already painted. Remember to get that kind of neck section underneath the jawline as well. Working right down up to that red hem that we made earlier. All the way down. It's got some really nice kind of hair detail and neck detail, and the cheekbones and stuff are really well defined. It's actually, I find this more and more as we paint these old metal fellowship sculpts that I've never touched before. They're awesome. Or at least the ones we've painted so far are. I think we've got Gandalf up next. Alright, so that's our heavy skin tone down. We'll let that dry. Now, of course, we do need any ears to be picked out. I think one shows through the hairline. Yeah, there we go. There's Boromir's little ear there. So that is going to dry pretty quick, so I'm going to leap straight into my Kislev flesh, which I believe was this paint on the palette. Yeah, that's Kislev flesh. And I'm actually just going to sort of basically layer that pretty much everywhere. I'll keep it out of some of the recesses. I'll leave like a little bit of heavy skin tone, in the eye wells and maybe the cleft of the cheekbone and underneath the jawline, but basically Kislev flesh is going down in most places. Because that's our mid-tone. That's our broader skin tone. Alright, looking good, Boromir. And then we'll bring in a little bit of our bone white, which we already have here on the palette from doing our other stuff. And then I'm going to mix that with Kislev flesh. I'll just create a blend. Conveniently, they're right next to each other. And that's going to create a little, basically a 50-50 mix of Kislev flesh and bone white. I want that nice and thin. And now we're going to start to put in a little bit of detail. So we're going to pick out the ridge of the nose. We're going to pick out the cheekbones. Pick out the jawline. The brow lines are sort of the big one on Boromir. They're quite important. He's got a couple of really pronounced brow lines. I need to look at this tip, guys. It's a joke. That tip back in some working order. Oh, I think this brush is about to become a layer brush. There we go, tip is back. It was the spit that did it. Alright, I've got my tripod around the other way today. It's driving me crazy. I keep clipping my brush on it. Alright, we need to do this last brow line. And this cheekbone on the other side. Alright, looking solid. Looking solid. Oh, I really like that actually. I'm going to go one shade higher and I'm gonna put in bone white. And you're gonna be looking at me and you're gonna be like, "Oh, you're crazy, Lockie. It doesn't need it," but it will once we. This is my blotting cloth today. That paint's too thin. It's been sitting on the wet palette for too long. I'm gonna grab some bone straight from the bottle, actually. So I want this to be reasonably opaque. It's quite a thin paint already, so I don't actually need to thin that on the palette. And this is the extreme highlight. Cheekbones, nose, and brow lines, basically. Just to give him that really, like, Caucasian lift. I want him to be a little brighter. Might do the jawline as well with this highlight, just to... looks quite nice without the jawline, actually, because it's giving it, like, a little sunlight hit. So that's looking solid. So now what we want to do is we want to do the eyes, and then we'll wash the whole face, and then we'll re-highlight if we have to, depending on how much shade that's created, and then we'll pick out the beard. And then we're basically finished with Boromir, apart from our basing, which is pretty exciting. Love how that shield's turned out with all that kind of beaten metal look with the mithril silver highlight underneath the black wash. Really like that. Really like that. We might even give the white horn a subtle sepia wash as well. So let's get our what's next? Our eyes. Right. So we need a bad and black again, and I have a barely working brush today for doing these eyes. So this ought to be super fun. Super fun. Trent says, right, sorry, I'm leaping back to chat for a sec. Ooh, ginger snap. Ooh, yum. Keely's voting for the Monte Carlo. Trent says, can we please do videos? Aaron says he would be a Mega Zorpa, but unemployment is holding me back. Obviously, of course, totally understand it's a crazy time for everyone. I mean, for people to be pledging any amount of money to Patreon at this time, it just blows my mind. I mean, it's obviously a super important time for everyone to be able to pay their bills, and for you guys to contribute to me being able to pay mine, it's pretty mind-blowing. So thank you to everyone, no matter how large your contribution. Marky Tribe says he's off to buy some bickies now. James Palmer says no one has mentioned club. It's mint and orange, but also, yeah, okay, mint and orange. I could get on board with that. JV Joshy says he's going to send me a care package of UK bickies. Aaron says this reminds me of a GBHL stream talking about biscuits and chocolate. Tim says he jumped in right at the snack time. Trent says, this is fantastic, boys. Thank you for showing me how diverse the biscuit world is and how scary and exotic things get over the big ocean. Josh says, feels like we need to send you a humanitarian care package of UK bickies so you Aussies can get an understanding of true favour. Good lord, there's bickies on the way. Mad Max 4 Beyond Biscuit Dome. Michael, brilliant. Aaron says, ain't that true, Josh? We are definitely spoilt for all the amazing biscuits you have. Yeah, you guys really do. Michael says, it's a biscuit world out there. Tim Cafferty has finally primed his Minds of Moria box set fellowship. Fantastic. Trent says we should collab and taste test bickies from exotic places. We should do like a live stream collab where we do the bickies. We've been talking about what our first collab will be for ages. We're gonna do a live stream biscuit testing. Brilliant. Brilliant. Jerry says please do that. Nerdjack, thank you for watching. Have a good sleep. Enjoy your biscuits. Michael says he better get to bed as well. Enjoy your biscuits as well. Kian's still watching. Midnight over in the UK. No, Ireland, sorry. Yes, my brush is beaten up. It's time to grab a new one. She was alright at the start, but I've been keeping her alive for a little while. 7 p.m. in the USA Eastern Standard, says Leroy. Aaron says, do not suck your brush tips back. I do, sort of, I do. But, you know, it's a bit misbehaving. I'm not going to throw the brush out. It looks like it's a good layer brush. It's a good, you know, for non-fine control. Maybe eventually a shade brush. I find brushes get sort of demoted. They start off as fine detail, then they're detail, then layer, then shade, and then eventually they're dry brushing. Maybe not this guy. He's not big enough. But yeah, we'll struggle through. We'll get a new brush for next stream. Floey says, is there any way to get hold of these old Lord of the Rings minis? Yeah, absolutely. You'll find heaps of lots on, you know, eBay or Facebook Marketplace or Gumtree. Lots of places you can get them. They're definitely not too difficult to track down. This sculpt isn't for sale at the moment from Games Workshop, but it's not that hard to get. Not that hard to find. All right. Oh man, Larissa, if we have any biscuits, can you bring me some biscuits? All right, let's see if I can do the eye with this guy. I think this might be a little tricky. Oof. Oof, this is going to be hard. I'm going to go see if I do have another brush for these eyes. That could be tricky. I've got an old fine detail brush, which we're going to try and resurrect. All my brushes are in the storage unit, foolishly. I'll have to whip out some new ones. So, the unopened ones, that is. I'm just going to, as you can see, the art of resurrecting brushes. This really only works once. I'm going to trim this guy down. See if we can get him to behave. That's looking slightly finer, maybe. Could do these eyes. Alright. Eyes and a few washes and Bori is finished. Exciting stuff. Exciting stuff. Alright, so we want to put a little eye drop in each one. A little bit more. It's not too bad. That's pretty good, actually. I might just widen this first. Oh, actually. Oh, yeah, the first people here over on the left could just do with a little more. Yeah, that's solid. Solid, solid, solid. It's quite weird when you look at it dead on. The this second eye doesn't quite look right, but when you look at it from underneath, it's fine. It's because of the shadow being cast by Boromir's ridiculous brow. So I'm just going to thicken that eye up a little bit. That should do. And now we'll just grab our lovely Abaddon Black. Try and find some usable bit of it. There we go. She's actually not that bad. Now we're just going to dot this down a little. That's looking... Oh! I've lost my camera. That's why Larissa's screaming at me.
Yeah, your camera is black.
Thank you.
You already knew?
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Darren, for telling Larissa to shout camera. That worked a treat. Yeah, good work. Why is this not working? Reset, please. There we go. Should be back. Sorry, dudes. Every time. Brilliant. What a useful chat I have. You guys rule. Alright, so back to doing the black. So here's the eyes, in case you missed that. You've all seen me do eyes, 11 times now. It's not that exciting. Put a little bit of white down. And then I'm working on getting my... working on getting a bit of black here. We're going to try and dot this into the pupil. So I'm pretty happy with that tip. That should be doable enough. We just want a tiny dot. Tiny, tiny dot. Nice. So far, so good. So that happened. The old slip. The old slip. I'll see if I can fix that. I can. Look at that. The black hadn't dried yet. Got rid of that. We're going to try that again. This time I'm not going to slip on my desk. One eye good. One eye to go. We want a small dot in the white. Let's see if I can get this where you guys can see. Something about the position of the horn is putting me off. That was slightly out of position. I might see if I can redo that a third time. This is why you keep your paints thin. I'm using this sort of thinner section just straight out of the pot, but it is a very thin region up here. It's not particularly thick. Okay, that's looking good. Okay, third time's a charm. Sometimes this happens with eyes, you'll miss. I can't grip my brush where I normally would because... see, I get in there and the horn gets in my way, which means I have less control from further out. Bingo! Perfect. Boromir with 2 eyes. Let me get a look at that up close. Yeah, it's not too bad. Alright, so, once those have dried, which won't take too long, we'll put down a quick wash. Do we need any other washes or anything else? I think I'm happy with the bone. I might do just a gentle agrax. Just a gentle agrax. Not too much pigment. Just something to sort of give it a little bit of shade. So it's not super flat. But yeah, that's looking nice. Just a gentle agrax on that. We've got eyes, we've got face. I don't even know how much Reikland flesh shade we need. The skin tone looks pretty good. Let's put the base shade down for the beard, and we'll see how it looks overall once we've got the beard down. Because the last thing we want to do is sort of unnecessarily darken the skin tone. Sorry if that was a bit dodgy, that camera angle. Just trying to get in this beard without spilling it on the beautiful skin that we've just finished. There we go. The beard base tone is down. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with that skin tone. I normally always do a shade, but I've blended it really nicely. Larissa says I should have tried using one of Franklin's whiskers. Has anyone done that? Has anyone used a whisker from one of their cats for painting eyes? I've heard that it's actually pretty useful. Josh says camera came back on and surprise, surprise, there's a paint pot open. Yep. Into the abyss. Keen says, when do the orcs fall? The battle report will be very soon. Very soon. Buckenduck says, we missed you doing the eyes. Start again. Aaron says the same thing. We missed doing the eyes. Strip the model and start again. This is how you do eyes. Just don't show anyone. Oh dear. Oh, guessing your camera is broke again. Yes, brilliant. I do need to get one of those power adapters so that I don't have to worry about the battery. It's only when we're on this mode that I don't see, because obviously the screen is flipped around, so I'm not paying attention to it. I tried doing it with a toothpick, didn't go well. Yes, I've never used the toothpick. Aaron says, yeah, surely, but it's hard holding the cat up to the model. Now you have to wait for one of the whiskers to fall off your cat to get that working. Alright, pretty stoked on that. I think we just need maybe a slightly darker wash on his hair. So we'll get a little bit more Nuln Oil, and we'll darken the recesses of that hair. And then Boromir is basically good to go, I think. He's looking pretty wicked. Just want a little bit more recess detail in that hair, which I can do with the wash. And maybe later on I will give that hair just another quick highlight color. And I think I've turned myself around, and I'm just going to put a subtle bit of Nuln Oil on this belt, because I do like the highlighting, but I'd also like to see the recesses a little more. And yeah, look at that. I'm very happy with that. Very, very happy with that. So there is our little Borry. He's looking pretty solid. We'll put a little bit of Nuln Oil into the beard. Very nice. Okay. So I might do a slight hair highlight, down the track. But it's looking pretty solid. I think it's time we get down some flock and some kind of basing stuff. So I'm just going to paint his base all brown as normal. Everywhere is there I can hold should be dry, so that shouldn't be a problem. Let's just get a bit of brown down all over the base rim. I really like this model. Once again, we've painted up something that I wouldn't have normally painted, and I'm in love with the model. And I really love playing Fellowship scenarios, which I gotta say, I'm pretty excited for Quest for the Ring Bearer for that exact reason, because I just love playing scenarios with the Fellowship. So, pretty stoked that that is like the next direction Jay is going. And it's cool because it's like you get to... we've never really had a supplement that focused on just the journey of the Fellowship. It always gets like intermingled with the main events of the War of the Ring. So that will be really, really cool. Alright, just getting a little bit more of this paint around. This has been put on way too thickly, Lockie. It's only basing paint, so we don't care. I don't want it to take 50 years to dry either. I'm trying to be lazy and stop myself from having to do 2 layers. So I'm going to have to wait for the second layer to dry. Alright. Beautiful. Just a bit of brown. I'm a brown rim base boy. Rhinox hide or scorched brown with a bare steel brown dry brush. Okay. Let's leave him to dry for just a second, and I'll close that null oil. Holy wow, that's playing with fire. And let's get a little bit of basing action happening. In answer to your question, Buck and Duck, no, it hasn't arrived yet. I imagine it will be here Monday or Tuesday. So a little sneaky discussion about the stream of next fortnight. We're not giving away anything yet. Still 88 of you guys tuning in. We're about to dive into the battle report, so stay tuned indeed. It's going to be very cool. We'll just base up this guy, get Boromir ready to take the fight to the orcs, and it's going to be battle report time. I think we'll go for a darker green. And what shall we break it up with? Maybe a little bit of gravel or a tuft. I think even a bit of flock. Yeah, I might just use a little bit of clump flock in some select places just to blend, because I'm basing this as like Amon Hen Boromir. There we go, a couple of different shades of clump flock. So I've got some clump flock and some just like this is a blend of green flocks, and I've mixed a little bit of yellow and stuff through there as well. All of these flocks, all the flocks that I use, you can get from my online store, including my glues and all that sort of stuff. So if you need any basing or terrain supplies, make sure you head over to Zorpazorp.com. We've also got some really cool resin bases and bits of scenery and that sort of stuff. So definitely check out all of that stuff if you need to level up your basing game. The base ready products are sort of the jam at the moment. People are just loving them for basing entire armies in 20 minutes, half an hour. They're really, really cool. Lots of different themes and all that sort of stuff. Oh, Aaron says, Lockie, have you done the gold trim on his shirt? No, I haven't. The hugest detail of them all. We'll smash through that in a sec once the bases have dried. I'll get my basing glue. There's my basing glue. Basing glue, there you are. So the basing glue that I use is, it's like a latex based glue as opposed to like a PVA. So when it dries, it stays sticky forever. It's absolutely awesome stuff. And it turns into essentially like a sticky paste. It's sort of like what Hobby Tack should have been, the Woodland Scenics tree glue, except Hobby Tack is garbage. And it just, it makes a really, really strong bond to all of the stuff. I'm just going to grab a little skewer to move this around. And it's great for basing because it's a bit thick, it's got its little kind of congealed sticky state, and that way it gives like a medium for the basing material to actually sort of bond into. So I'm just gonna squirt that on and push it around, get it all over the base. My brown paint underneath it is a little wet. If you haven't seen me use it before, the way that you put it down is you put it on the model, leave it for like 10 minutes until it starts to go clear on the edges, and then you know it's going tacky and sticky, and then you dip your basing materials into it, and then it will be dry within like another 10 or 15 minutes. So you can fully, tabletop ready basing stuff within like half an hour basically, and just work your way through the whole army as you go. It is, if you base it straight away though, if you put it down and then chuck basing materials on it, it does take about half an hour to dry, or even longer, because obviously it's harder to get the air to get to the glue, so which is what I'll do. So my basing material will probably be wet for an hour or maybe even more, because I'm not giving it ample time to dry beforehand. Otherwise we'll be sitting around here twiddling our thumbs for 10 minutes. But I'll leave it for a sec so that it at least bonds up a little bit, and then we'll dip a bit of flock and some clump foliage, and Boromir will be ready to go. Let's come and join back in the chat, and I'm going to have my banana while we get ready for that glue to go down. So what's everyone been painting? What have you guys managed to work on alongside before we dive into our battle reports? Have you guys finished off many models while we've done our painting section? Damien, are you still working on Crobane? Have you finished all those? Oh no, that's right, you were working on Saruman, you said. So you must have got all 85,000 crows finished, which is quite exciting. Joshy Summers says that he's super excited for the massive hardback best of all White Dwarves they announced. I'm so excited for that. The old White Dwarf magazines are like my life. I think what we'll do is, once we've finished this stream, because this stream will just go on forever until I die, every fortnight for the rest of my life, is we'll just start working through all of the White Dwarf articles, and we'll like look at 1 month's White Dwarf each fortnight and be like, what did they do for Lord of the Rings this month in 2004? And just like slowly work our way through time. It'd be very cool. And the best way to do that would be to start by doing the best of series, and of course, hopefully by that point they will start to they will bring out a new magazine serial for Lord of the Rings alongside Amazon. That should be fantastic. Her Jaeger says, why do you bother painting the eyes? I just like the extra layer of detail. You can see them when you get up close. And there's something about the face reads a lot better even from far away if it has eyes, even if you can't really see them. Yeah, they're useful little things. Josh says, there's been a lot of Easterling talk tonight. Just a tip, after painting the brass armor, use the contrast paint Gulliman Flesh instead of your normal wash, and then highlight with bright brass. That's really cool. What do you use for your brass base tones? Because I usually use Shining Gold, or Retributor armor, like proper gold. That's how I like my Easterlings. I just use my classic gold recipe on them, which is Shining Gold, Agrax Earthshade Wash, and then like a Mithril Silver highlight. But with all this Wainwriter stuff coming up, I'd like to try something different. Yeah, very, very cool. Aaron says, surely it would wiggle around unless it's asleep. He's talking about painting eyes with my cat's whiskers. No, the whiskers fall off, and then you get it. Much easier, much easier. Oh yeah, it's going to be really cool, that White Dwarf magazine. I'm so excited. James Palmer says, when you say scorch brown, goblin green, and so on, it's like punching me straight in the childhood. Yes, yes. Flowey says, painting the base. I have just about enough skill to accomplish this task. Very satisfying. I'm sure you can do much more than that. Pick up a brush, who knows what will happen. Aaron says, I'm such a slow painter compared to Lockie. I'm pretty slow as well. It's just that when I have the pressure of keeping it interesting for you guys, it makes me paint fast. When I'm painting models for me, I probably take longer. Although, I don't know, I mean, maybe not. Yeah, I guess this stream has improved my painting speed, and also one thing I find is I won't paint for months at a time, and then I'll paint in a big block to get an army ready. And because of that, your brush control just disappears, your technique disappears, and you have to relearn everything and re-remember everything you're doing. But when you're painting every single fortnight or every single week, once a week, your painting speed like increases dramatically. So that's sort of my biggest suggestion for people who are keen on improving their painting speed. Josh says it's almost midnight here and he's not going anywhere yet. Kian's almost been watching for 2 hours. Yes, we will absolutely have maybe not a 3-hour battle report. It probably won't take that long, but there are 2 BATREPs, so we'll have to wait and see. Yeah, we'll be diving into that in just a sec, guys. Alright, let's have a look at the rest of this chat that's caught up. Charles said he'll take any and all Easterling tips. I painted that army for a friend about a decade ago and broke down and bought a bunch for himself last week. Very nice. Aaron's going to post up a video on the Amazon show. Cool, definitely throw that in the Facebook group. Damien says the Kreban are all finished. I'm working on Grandad Sazza to lead them. Really pleased with how this gorgeous model is coming together. Need to get him finished to submit to part 2 of the article. Ah, very cool. Very cool. More Warhammer community stuff for Damien. Yeah, my Warhammer community article should be out at some point. We're sort of in the process of organising it all. I've finally written it and submitted all the photos because I had to wait for the first Minas Tirith article, Minas Tirith wall to be finished so I could take photos and do photo shoots. Formula P3 Molten Brass is amazing, says Joshy Summers. I haven't experimented with any of the P3 paints yet. I want to check out Scale 75 as well. Lots of good stuff. If you run out of magazines to do retrospectives on, I know a guy with some magazines, says Damien. Yes, I mean, we could do it. Some SBG edition Battle Games in Middle-earth episodes. Very true. And who knows, you might actually have quite a number of them out by the time I get 93 issues of this stream done. Fun little fact, says James, the company who owns Bunnings in Australia tried to buy Homebase in the UK a few years ago. Oh, wow. You guys nearly had your own Bunnings. Exciting stuff. Cool, alright. So, this glue is, see how it's getting a little bit shinier already? You can see how it's starting to get a bit tackier. Oh, actually, it's quite tacky. Good, good, good. Alright, let's get some basing happening. So the first thing I'm going to do, whoops, point my mic at myself. I'm going to put down these little clumps. We're going to chuck this big one at the back. I'm going to push that down into the glue. And then I'll put this little one right at the front. Just there, just like a little bit of extra textural detail. And then I'm just going to dip Boromir in this bigger mix. And then we'll just tap off the excess. And you can see that is all just sitting in there and binding. I'll leave probably a little bit more on the back. And what you can sort of do is get a brush and just push it down into the glue. Make sure you got lots on there before you do this. Just apply a bit of pressure, push it down, and that should be pretty good. And then we'll tap it all off. And then I'll just run my brush around the base rim and clean off. Oh, whoops. I mixed some paint with that before and didn't wash it out. Got my beautiful dry brushing brush. And we'll just brush off all of these to keep the rim nice and clean. Beautiful. Oops, I'm blowing my flock everywhere. So there is a beautifully based little Boromir. Now, I'm going to swing him back onto the painting table for just a second. Which might damage the brown rim, but that's fine. So he's looking good. We have left off a couple of details. We've forgotten about the weathering on the base of the cloak. So let's do a little bit of that. I am going to need an actual blotting cloth for this. Here's a very old one. So I'm just going to grab probably a lighter brown. Let's just go for earth, I reckon. Earth from Vallejo. That'll be good for some earth. Which is here somewhere. My painting station's an absolute mess today. Sorry about that, guys. And I'm actually going to take this off my little cardboard here, not off the wet palette, because I want it to be quite thick, obviously. Earth is quite bright. Quite bright. Maybe too bright. I am dry brushing, but we'll wait and see. If it's too bright, we'll just push back. Gonna be really subtle with it. Just weather the corners, sort of downward strokes. Probably should have done this before, obviously. Oh no, this is good. As it goes down on the dry brush, it kind of blends with the grey and goes pretty dark. Oh yes, I really like this. It's improving the cloak dramatically. Get a little bit of that up the front. So it is tricky with the look at that, that's a subtle effect, but geez, it works wonders. There's mud sort of splashing up the cloak. It's really nice on the back. There we go, got some lovely weathering done. That was a worthwhile exercise, I'll say. That looks fantastic. Look at the extra kind of element. It's just, oh, it's given it such a bit of pop there. A beautiful graduated brown. Just feels like he really belongs on that base now. Really happy with that. I did knock a bit of flock off, but that's okay. I'll probably tweak his basing a little bit later anyway. Once we're not rushing through the mess of the stream, but you guys get the idea of how that will look. And now we have the last piece of the puzzle, which is this tricksy gold detail or high cream detail on the sleeves. So this is a tricky one. Let's have a look at my reference photo. I linked the reference photo up in the stream earlier. Oh man, that looks tough. That looks really tough. Very, very fine, detailed stuff. Now, if we have a look in their version, they have painted it on theirs, I'm pretty sure. They've got like a pro-painted Boromir on the first page. Oh my god, get out. How the hell are you supposed to do that? Can you guys see that? That is hardcore. So, a really thin gold rim, and then basically some like triangle patterns. Oh, that is gnarly. They've used gold. So let's start off with the really thin gold rim. We'll have a look at that photo as we go and keep that as a reference point. So let's grab our retributor armor. And I'm gonna go neat out of the pot here. I want total control. So really, really careful is the name of the game here. Far out, this is going to be hard to do on stream. Can't really see from back here. Let's do a thin line of gold all the way around. Alright, I need all your emotional support in the chat, guys. The anxiety here is crippling. Alright, we have a gold band. The pigment saturation could probably be a little brighter. So let's do a second layer on that. All the way around. Okay? Solid. Let's do the same on the other one. Tiny little bands. Nice and thin. This one's a bit bunched up on this side, which sort of makes it a little trickier. It does wrap all the way underneath here. And on that side. Alright, we've got the underside. Now the top section. It's the trickier bit. Yep, alright. And that's enough on that side. Alright, so now we just want to do like a cool little... Oh, sorry guys. Mic is way off. Alright, let's do the... I'm going to bring the photo back. Oh god, I would have been so quiet then. Sorry. Okay, so... We're doing some little triangles, basically. We want... Yeah, look how much brighter their gold is. We might have to do another layer. A little triangle somewhere up there. Yeah, just some interesting patterns, basically. They've done a really nice job to imitate the... I wonder what gold they're using. I would have thought they would have been using shining gold back then. Maybe they would have been using like a... There was another gold as well at the time. Uruk gold? Or is that the new one? I can't remember. Alright, I'm going to layer up this gold because I want it bright. Alright, we're just going to make some interesting little shapes. And try making some little delicate patchwork sort of patterns. It is tricky. It is tricky. So I'm just putting... I'm not trying to draw a triangle. I'm just trying to put dots that sort of imitate a triangle. So it feels a little patchier. Yeah, I mean, that's in the ballpark. That's not too bad. But I don't want it to feel like hardcore triangles, because it is like stitched patchwork. That was a little strong, that one. Oh well. Alright, pretty happy with that. Chuck a little bit of triangle action on this one over here. Little dot over there. And then we just need to make a few little diamond dots, which are just going to be dots, basically, between the triangle elements. Alright, exciting stuff. That works pretty well, I think. Might be a little thick in places, but that gives us the idea. Let's have a look. How's that coming up on stream? You guys see that? I want to get a good close look. Yeah, that has worked quite nicely. We could probably, like, sort of really fine detail. That's the kind of thing you want to get, like a magnifying pair of glasses or a magnifying glass, magnifying light, something in that vein. And really get that happening. Ooh, I'm pretty happy with how that's turned out, actually, after that. That was... Whew! That was fairly crazy. Fairly crazy. Burnished gold, maybe? Yeah, shining and burnished gold. That's right. Might have been burnished. But Alex, I do have a headset mic. It's just absolutely, you know, it's not my beautiful podcast mic, so it doesn't sound particularly good. So I swing it around. And I try and follow it with me. Alright, now, let's go and get ready for our battle report. We've got Boromir ready to go now. He's ready to take the fight to the Uruk. I'm super happy with how this has turned out. I hope everyone got all their painting projects finished. I've got the board already set up and ready to go, so we'll just be a couple of minutes for me to swing the camera all the way back around. So I will see you guys in just a sec. Alright, we are back! It is time for our battle report, and we have got some rippers today. We have got 2 BATREPs, and the first one is the Summit of Amon Hen, or To the Rescue. So we've got ourselves, let me take you through the participants. We have Aragorn, the heir of Isildur, standing at the top of the seeing seat of Amon Hen. Over here, next to him, is his comrade Gimli, who starts 8 inches away from this central region, and then Legolas over here on the far side. And then we have 4 pesky Urukai who have made the ambush. We've got 2 generic unnamed Uruks, and then 2 of Damien's company. We have Taurieluk and Grantluk, and then we have a veritable horde of Urukai on the other side, with the remaining 10 Urukai in the scenario taking us... No, the remaining 12. So there are 16 Uruks on the table here, as well as an Urukai captain. So that's a fair bit of work for the good side to do, but we have full access to might, will, and fate. So we have 3 points of might with Aragorn, and a free 1 per turn. We have 3 with Legolas, I think. 3 with... No, only 2. No, it's 3. 3 with Leggy and 3 with Gimli. Let's have a look at their profiles. The aim of the game in this first scenario, these guys have heard the horn of Gondor, and they are desperate to get to their loving Boromir, and so they are sprinting to get off the Urukai board edge over on the back here. So what we're going to do is we're going to track the amount of turns that the game goes for, and every time a player leaves the board edge, we're going to Aragorn, Legolas, and Gimli, we're going to write down what turn they leave, and then that will be very important in the following scenario, because that contributes to when they're going to arrive at the next one. So it's very much a race against time for these guys. Our scenario profiles, we've got Fight 6 across the board for all our heroes, Fight 5 for the captains, that's not going to do the business, and Fight 4, of course, for the Uruks. Pretty much everyone on the board is Strength 4. We've got Defense 5 for Aragorn, Defense 4 for Legolas, and a whopping Defense 8 for Gimli. So pretty strong there. And then the captains, the Urukai, are Defense 5 and Defense 6, depending on whether or not they've got their shield. We've got a mix of pikes, we've got a mix of swords and shields as well. So it's going to be pretty interesting. And then basically, yeah, it's a big old scrap to see if they can get to Boromir in time. So let's start taking our teams. Let's see who's with who. Look at it, you guys are already on it. Let me just turn my mic down and I'll swing back to chat for a sec. So we're going to start looking at our teams. Let's see who is joining us. How did he do the center on the shield? Is that a question for me, Aaron? You're talking about Boromir's little kind of rivulet, like riveted steel buckler section in the center of the shield. That was Leadbelcher, Stormhost Silver Highlight, and then a big wash with Null Noil. So let's have a look at who is joining what side. We have Chris says, can I be with Boromir? Certainly. Boromir is in the next scenario. How can you see Legion models? Oh, we're quite wide today. Yeah, there's my Star Wars Legion down in the cabinet there. We've got Amandil Aramanth with Boromir. Kian is with Isengard. Obviously, the team captain for Isengard is Mr. Damien O'Byrne himself, leading his beloved Urukai, but we're going to need more. We've got more for Boromir. We've got Tim Cafferty joining the Urukai. Sinners with the Isengard. We need more people for the 3 heroes. You guys are all loving the evil. We're going to need lots and lots. GBHL Damien says, I'll take Grantluk and Taurieluk, obviously. Well, yeah, I mean, they're right there, ready in the chopping zone. And we'll get a few more... Gimli, as I'm short, says Floey. All right, excellent. We've got a few now. We'll start getting some dice rolling, and let's get cracking. So, priority. Doesn't go to evil to start with. Oh, it doesn't go to good, sorry. Oh, let's move our book out of the way. We don't need that now. And we'll replace our trees. Alright. So, off this board edge here. First turn, priority is going to the forces of good. Alright, I'm going to make an executive decision for Team Good, because Aragorn is absolutely going to scream, Elendil! And leap off the top of the seeing seat and see if he can make a charge on any of these Urukai. Because theme is what matters. So, we're going to make a jump test. He rolls a 2. So he doesn't make the charge, but he safely jumps down. And technically he will have to take... how high is he? He is 1.5 inches high, and it is just over 3 inches, so he's going to have to take a strength 3 hit. He's fine, he's fine. He risks it. He leaps down to get into the Uruk-hai. And then I think we should probably... Speed is important, but the heroes probably want to stay together. Don't forget Uruk has Knife Fighter, of course. James says, can I play Gandalf the Grey? Ooh, too soon. Alright, Dan Jones has taken charge of Boromir. Excellent work. Boromir's in scenario number 2. He's waiting with Merry and Pippin off the board edge, so your time will come. Aragorn and Gimli and Legolas. Alright, I think what we're going to do, obviously the evil heroes warriors are going to be in combat, so let's just get Leggy involved. Leggy's going to make a full charge. Aragorn's probably going to be taking 4 Uruk-hai on his own this time, and Gimli's going to make a full charge. And then Grantlook and Tauriel, I mean, I don't even have to ask Dame. They're going straight in. They're going straight in, and they're setting up the trap on Aragorn. Aragorn's got a bit of a handful here. 4 Uruk-hai. Alright, all the other Uruks will just advance. Now, Uruk-hai, do we want to stay spread out? Do we want to start kind of concentrating and running straight at the heroes? Do we want to spread out and create kind of a front so that they can't run away? Where's Tomluk? Where is Tomluk? No, he should... Oh, yeah, Sharluk, Emluk. Okay, we're all good. Make sure I get in the Uruk-hai in the right position. So we've got Emluk down here at the front. I'm going to keep Emluk away from the fighting because she dies at the beginning of every game, much to Damien's chagrin. So we'll try and keep her involved a little bit more. These Uruk-hai are getting crushed by falling trees. And these guys are going to make a beeline for this ruin here. Tomluk and Sharluk pushing up for the center. Here comes Goldie. Goldie, the man himself, the captain of the Uruk-hai. Alright, we've got our first combat. Aragorn has found himself fighting against 4 Uruk-hai. Now, we would be worried, normally, in a normal game, but we have might points now. So, we are absolutely fine. So, let's set the tone with Uruk-hai. Oh, they've started pretty strong. They've got themselves a 5. They've got themselves a 5. And Aragorn gets the 5 as well, winning it on the fight value. I don't think he has Anduril, so I think he's wounding traditionally. Let's have a look. He's got Mighty Hero. He's Strength 4. These Uruks will be a mix of... No, they're all Defense 6, so we've been needing 5s to wound. Yeah, no Mighty Hero for Aragorn. We still haven't got... I know Anduril, sorry. So it's 5s to wounds. Let's see what Aragorn can do. And he gets 1 5, a 2, and a 1. So he can't even use his 3-pointer might this turn, because that is not going to make any difference. So we'll kill one of these unnamed Uruks, keep the important ones for later. And 1 Uruk-hai has fallen. Alright, let's jump into turn 2. Alright, priority goes to the good side again. That's really important. That's really important for the good side. We've got... Alright, Uruk-hai. We've got... You guys are voting to spread out and start flanking. David says, charge manflesh, not no pain, not no fear, etc. Let's have a look. Concentrate. Alright, let's do it. Let's do this. Let's start spreading out the Uruks, but it's fellowship time first. So Aragorn needs to use his 3-pointer might here. We've got to set up a heroic combat, I think. So, let's do what we can. I reckon we could probably get some shots off with Leggy. Leggy's in range, and he's got the 3 shots. It might be worth trying to thin these lines for a little bit. Bearing in mind we're in turn 2, I'm going to need you guys to help me keep track of the turns, because I'm going to forget. So Aragorn is going to jump in on Tauriel, and so is Gimli. No. Aragorn will jump on Grantlook. So Grantlook and Tauriel have been paired. Gimli's going to stay still, because he's out of charge range of this final Uruk-hai. And then he's going to be able to take some shots. This Uruk, who is being represented by one of James Palmer's goblins, because I'm out of Uruks, this is Thark. He has the choice of charging Gimli or Aragorn. Do we want to make Aragorn's heroic combat more difficult, or do we want to try and stack attacks on Gimli? I'll let you guys think about that while I start moving. The captain's just going to hold the center, and these Uruk-hai here. Oh, actually, I should be putting the shields in front of the pikes, because Legolas is about to start shooting. So let's just start running up the center. I think we'll stay... Well, we might send one guy around the side here to have some flanking board presence, but we'll keep this block of Uruks pretty central. Same over here. We'll send a guy right up the flank. Send these guys right up here. And then Goldie is going to sneak his way in, keeping out of line of sight of Legolas's pesky bows. Alright, one Uruk left. I think we're going to jump on... we'll jump on Aragorn. We've got to make that heroic combat more difficult. Got to make it more difficult. Alright, Legolas, opening the account. Can he see anyone without a cover save? Oh yes, he's got some orcs here. So what Leggy is going to do, he's going to fire 3 times, and I'm going to aim for the Uruk with no shield to get the strength 3 elf bonus down to 5s to wound, but we'll have to in the way through the shield guy first. So 3 shots, 2 5s and a 1. So 2 hits. Do they go through or do they hit the shield? They both hit the guy at front with the shield. Alright. So needing 6s to wound. Oh, he gets him on a 6. Nice work, Legolas. Thinning the ranks there. The second Uruk-hai falls. It's combat time. Aragorn is absolutely going to call a heroic combat and spend his point of might. So he's fighting 2 Uruk-hai and going first. And he rolls double 6s to win the combat. He's strength 4, so he needs 2 5s for this heroic combat to go off. And any points of might he spends from now on will reduce his store. They won't be free. And he gets a 5 and a 6! Doesn't even need to spend the might. Aragorn, here we go. So Grantlook has fallen. Grantlook is slain. And Aragorn heroic combats into Taurieluk. Or do we use this as an opportunity to launch forward in the stream, in the battle? You know, get a bit further up, claim some more ground, try and get Aragorn there as early as possible for Boromir. That's an interesting choice, guys. Fellowship players, because Boromir is going to be in trouble on his own. Boromir's going to be in trouble on his own. Gimli can take that one Uruk. It's Taurieluk. She's impressive. I think it's actually better to start sprinting. I think Aragorn's going to say, thanks for the boost, guys. I'm going to go and solo all these orcs. He's got 3 points of might. He's going to be fine. He's going to be fine. Move. All right, Aim has called the move. Let's do in the final combat, which is Gimli with 2 attacks. He's going to fight normal against Taurieluk, who is not going to shield. I don't even need to ask Damien. Let's see what Taurieluk can do against the might of Gimli, who only has the 2 attacks. So she's got a chance. Oh, she's got more than a chance. Taurieluk rolls a 5 and Gimli rolls a 3 and a 2. It's not worth spending any might though. Strength 4, defense 8. I think that's natural 6s. So a 6 to pinch a wound from Gimli. No wounds, but Taurieluk delays them a further turn. Doing her job. Doing her job. Priority. Oh, Evil gets it. And they go for a big 6. And I think Taurieluk has an obvious choice here. Taurieluk has really high movement, 6 inches, but compared to Gimli, who's got 5, Taurieluk is going to charge Legolas, the softest target, and now Gimli is out of range because of his little 5-inch stumpy movement. So Taurieluk's got a chance to tie up Leggy here. I think Gimli's got to keep charging forward so that Aragorn doesn't get left too far behind, because I'm sure Aragorn is about to get completely swamped. Oh, do we just keep throwing Aragorn in? Oh, there's a lot of Uruks there. That might be going a bit too far. I think what Aragorn's going to do is Aragorn's going to leap back to Taurieluk. Oh, actually, the Uruk-hai won... Who won priority? The Uruks did. So I'm moving the Fellowship heroes before I should even be allowed to. We need to move the Uruks first. What am I doing? Alright, let's get this captain moving towards Aragorn. If he comes for him, he comes for him. We'll set up a support. We'll set up a couple of supports, so if he tries to pick off the captain, he'll be safe. We'll launch forward with Tomluk and Sharluk. It's all about supports. We don't want to give Aragorn easy, wins. Basically, I don't think we should be charging anyone who isn't supported. So let's give him only the 1 target. Or 2 targets, because we've got Goldie as well. I'm about done with this tree. Far out. Okay, so Aragorn has 2 choices. He can charge the captain, supported by 2, or the Uruk warrior, supported by Goldie. And the rest of these guys are just going to kind of fall up. I think we'll set up a force over here in case Gimli tries to run around. 6 inches. Alright, now it's the Forces of Good's turn. The Uruks are certainly converging on their position. Aragorn has the option to get in the thick of it, but it's a little bit risky. Whereas Taurieluk is a useful target. It might be good to split these Urukai up. Aragorn, more like coward Gorn, says David. Alright, let's get Gimli in. Gimli can't make the charge, so he's just going to run up the guts. He's a tank, he can hold them off. I think Aragorn is going to leap back to get Tower Uruk, and then hopefully call a slingshot to push, to sort of reform the three heroes together. I think that's the best move for the Forces of Good. So we're in turn 3. Already into turn 3. So there's no shooting because Legolas is in combat. So let's see what Tower Uruk can do with her single dice. Whoop! That was a 6 and it slid off the table. Oh, she gets a 5. Strong, 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 strong. Alright, Aragorn has got 3 dice and Legolas has 2. They need 5s to win the fight. And they get a 5. Just Aragorn chokes with 2 1s and a 3. But Legolas pulls through and gets the 5. They're both strength 4, so it'll be 6s to wounds. And Tower Uruk falls. They butcher her. And Aragorn's heroic combat goes off. So they can fire their way back into the middle. I can't remember if Legolas has woodland creature or not. I don't think they've given him that rule yet. So we'll just have to move full. And get in. I think we'll drop Leggy back a little bit in case we lose. We don't want Leggy to be charged. We'll make with cover that'll be alright. Yeah, we'll stay out of charge range of that guy. Okay. Alright, priority for turn number 4. Jeez, this is a lot of turns for Boromir to have to survive. Ooh, it's good. It's good for the good. That's going to be tricky. We kind of don't want to win priority as the good side because we want the Uruks to come to us and then us to be able to countercharge. But we don't have time to stand around. So Aragorn is going to basically just have to make a charge here. Aragorn's going to charge this way. Legolas is going to charge that way. So they've both made a charge on Goldie. And then Gimli is going to charge here. He can only move the 5 inches. Now, obviously, Gimli's going to be able to be trapped. But hopefully Aragorn can set something up. So, evil players. I think Gimli, weirdly, I think Gimli could be the target here. Or maybe we go for Legolas. We got to stop Aragorn's heroic combat and we need to suck away some of the points from some of these heroes. If the evil side manage to get a fluke kill here, they're going to be in big trouble, right? So the good people are going to be in the next size. Ooh. All right. We've got to pick a target. I think Legolas is the target. He's so soft. If we get lucky, we can kill him. So we'll put this Uruk into Gimli to neutralize his control zone. We'll put these 2 Uruks into Aragorn. So Sharluk and Tomluk are going into Aragorn. And now the Urukai captain is going to charge Legolas. And these 2 pikemen, Satluk and Malcolmluk, are going to support Aragorn. Now the good player obviously has priority, so they're going to be able to separate these fights. So what they'll do is they'll put as less on Aragorn as possible so that his heroic combat could go off. Damien says, don't trust Tom to look after my daughter. Well, seeing Sharluk, I'm getting it all wrong. Seeing Sharluk in combat, Emluk is racing to the front. These Urukai are moving up. We've got a few more pikemen. And now, with priority, we're going to separate these fights. So Legolas is fighting the Urukai captain and 2 Uruks, and Aragorn is fighting Sharluk, Tomluk, and 2 Uruks supported. So he has to call his heroic combat, because if he doesn't, Legolas is in serious trouble. 4 attacks on Legolas, that could be a dead leggy. 3 attacks from Aragorn, 4 attacks from the Urukai. We'll make Charlotte the White. Sharluk, too many Shars. Sharluk. Ooh, Sharluk doesn't do too well. She gets a 1, but I'm presuming it was Tom who rolls a big 6, and Aragorn is now chasing a 6 just to win the fight. And he does. He gets it. All right, he wins the fight on fight value. That's good, because we didn't want to have to spend any might points to win that fight. Because we may need them to wound. Aragorn did this last turn. He got double 5s. We're going to strike at Tomluk first and save Sharluk. 5s and 2 Uruks fall. Oh, it's a 6 and a 4. It's a 6 and a 4. I think we got to spend it. So Aragorn has spent the first point of might from his store to kill Tomluk and Sharluk. Well, I didn't get Emluk killed straight away, Damien, but I maybe did one worse. Oh, dear me. Dear me. Do not trust Tomluk to look after my daughter. Let's settle this the old-fashioned Navy way. First one to die loses. Alright, well, Aragorn's heroic combat goes off, which is hugely important. So he is now able to charge into Goldie and this single Urukai. So, let's do that combat next. Remembering, Goldie now has 2 attacks with a reroll. And the Uruk has just a single attack. And Aragorn has the 3. So Goldie is fight 5. That's not enough, though. Ooh, they get the 6. Don't even need the reroll. Aragorn's chasing a 6 again just to win the fight. And he gets it. What a clutch. What a clutch. We must also note that Goldie has rolled his first 6, 3 more 6s, and he levels up into the next profile. And these will carry across the whole game, too. So, Aragorn is chasing 5s to wound. We'll prioritise the normal Uruk first, thin some numbers. Ooh! A 5, a 6, and a 4. So, the first Urukai dies. Goldie takes a wound. And we could spend another might point to kill Goldie here. But the problem is, our might points carry over into the next scenario. So if we spend 2 might points now, it means that we don't have any might. We got 1 might left from the store for Aragorn, but we could kill Goldie. Obviously Goldie will resurrect and come back on Goldie's hill, which I've just realised isn't on the board. There we go. Goldie's hill's on the board. It was here the whole time. How could I forget that? Should we spend a might point to finish off Goldie? It'll get him far away and might give Aragorn some time to make a beeline straight up that back gap. Or should we try and chance him? I mean, if we kill him, that's a huge hole for us to be able to kind of flee through. It's probably worth it. It's probably worth it. Spend it! I'll kill them all, says Andrew Lemaire. Welcome, Andrew! Alright, Goldie's down. Goldie gets killed, and he will come back at the beginning of the next turn, and Aragorn has 1 might point left. Okie dokie, let's do the Captain versus Legolas. It's 2 attacks each. Legolas has the fight value. And, ooh, 2 6s. The 6s are coming up strong, but Legolas wins it on the fight value. Strength 4, D6. I think the Captain's still only D6 he is, so it's 5s to wounds. Ooh, hello, Legolas. A 6 and a 4. Jeez, that is, I think, we're gonna need might. We're gonna need might. I don't think we should kill the Urukai Captain yet. Andrew and the Fellowship Forces, if you guys want the Urukai Captain dead, Legolas hasn't spent any might yet, but it's a big play. I'll leave that one there for you while we do Gimli's fight. Gimli's just fighting a single Urukai. It's an unnamed Uruk, and the unnamed Uruk doesn't do much for them. He rolls a 4, Gimli gets it on a 5. Oh, but Gimli rolls Snake Eyes on the wound, and that Uruk survives. So, the big question, do we kill the Uruk Captain? That will be both big Uruk heroes away from the fight, but we have created a hole, and if we could try and use that to get some, the Uruk Captain does have a fate point, actually. Let's take that first, I forgot. Heroes and stuff. So he saves his fate point, so it won't even kill him. It won't even kill him, so we'll save Leggy's might. So the Urukai Captain is on no wounds, full wounds but no fate. Alright, let's jump into priority. Oh, that's a good point. Goldie should probably start getting fate as well. We'll have to think about that. Alright, it's a big 6. It's a big 6 for the Urukai. I think we got to call a heroic move with Aragorn. Because if we do, it means we can really, really leave. Just make a big run and start retreating away before we get bogged down by all these Urukai. So we'll call a heroic move, and the Urukai Captain absolutely has to counter call. Andrew says you need to ask, kill them all, not just the Urukai, but the Uruk women and the Uruk children too. All right, let's do the roll off for the heroic move. Aragorn's 3 point of might and the Urukai captain. Ooh, it goes to evil. The Urukai captain has to move first. He's going to pin Legolas. I still think Legolas is the weak target here. We'll chuck one dude on Gimli. And once again, we're just going to have to try and stack Aragorn here. Malcolm Look, Sant Look, Muldoon Look, and Hammond Look are all in. This guy can only make sure. So M Look is in. She's on Gimli. Got one Uruk left. Goldie's going to roll a climb test. He passes, but doesn't go far. And there's not much more that the forces of good can do. Aragorn's wasted his point of might on the heroic move, so calling a combat would reduce the store. So we're just fighting as normal. Let's start with Gimli this time. 2 attacks, fighting Emluk and a generic Urukai. Oh, this time it's the Urukai who rolls Snake Eyes. Gimli wins it. Strength 4, needing 5s. Another 1 and a 2. Gimli ain't doing much. So Kian Boromir is still alive, but he's not on this board. So this first half of the battle report, the 3 hunters have to get off the board, and then we record what turn it is, and then we get to. Speaking of which, what turn is it, guys? Are we in turn 4 or turn 5? Let me work out the combats. 1 combat there, 1 combat there. Then they heroic combated. I think this is turn 4, but let me know if it's 5. Okay, Goldie has no fate points, but has the same special rule as Sauron with the ring. Alright, that's insane. He'll never die. Okay, so Gimli fails to wound Emluk and the Urukai warrior. We've got the Uruk captain versus Legolas once again. They both rolled 6s last time. Ooh, the captain gets it with a 5. I don't really want that strength 4, that strength 5 to be wounding Legolas on 4s. I think Leggy's got to spend a might point. But that means the captain will spend a might point too. So Legolas would have to spend 2 might points just to fight off this captain. This is a real problem. Leggy he's got full might at the moment. That would take him down to 1 might. Otherwise, the captain, the captain would do it too, to juice that might from Legolas. And then all it's really doing is, he's not going to kill him, but he doesn't want to have to spend any fate either. So does he want to take a wound, or spend 2 might? I think the 2 might is the way to go. So Legolas spends 2 might, the captain spends 1 might to tie the fight, or make Legolas spend an extra 1, and then the captain is out of might, and Legolas is down to 1, but Leggy wins the fight. So he's got a chance to put some wounds on. And he rolls a 6 and a 1. So he takes a wound off the captain. Well done. And now it's Aragorn's turn, fighting against the 4 Uruks from Damien's company. And they set the tone with a big 6. Once again, Aragorn's forced to roll a 6 just to win the combat. Oh, he doesn't come through. He rolls 3 4s. Not even a 4. That's scary business, guys. Yeah, these heroes are struggling a little more than we thought we would. I think we'll have to just take that. We would have to spend all of Aragorn's normal might to. So Aragorn spent 1, I think. Ooh, geez, this is getting really tight now. We're burning resources to get off this board. Let's. I'm playing too well with the Urukai here. Boromir's going to be cooked. You know what? Aragorn's got free might. Now, we're going to need it for Lurtz. Let him wound him. Let him wound him. If they roll some 5s, we're going to be in trouble. No, this is a terrible idea. Might is free, fate points isn't. Okay, Aragorn wins. I'm spending 2 might. Aragorn is now out of natural might. Have I spent might with Aragorn already? Can you guys remind me? I think I have, so I think he's out of natural might. He gets a chance to wound, though. And he fails with 2 4s and a 1. Unlucky there, Aragorn. Alright, so the good heroes did not do well. We spent 4 points of might this turn, and all we did was got a wound and a might point off the captain. This is rough. We need priority here for the good guys, and they get it. Fantastic. Okay, the problem is Gimli, because he's so short. So I think what we've got to do is basically just run. Or we could fight them on a more constrained front. No, we need to just run. So Legolas is going to run 6 inches back. That gets him to there. So he's still going to get charged by a whole bunch of guys. And Gimli is going to run 4 inches, 5 inches to there. So I think this is brutal, but I think what Aragorn has to do is Aragorn's got to charge all 4 of them again. Rely on the free point of might. Gimli's got to charge him. And Legolas has got to start making a beeline. Because Gimli's got full might at this point. Obviously the captain will probably then wrap around onto Aragorn. These guys they'll jump on Gimli, but we need to chase. And we got to send some people to chase down Legolas. So 6 inches, we'll try and cut them off that way. We'll send these guys that way, and then Goldie is going to try and be the one to make the big run to stop them. Legolas actually, he will have a shot. He will have a shot. Yeah, I've spent 1 might with Aragorn. Okay, so Gimli is full stat. He's got full might. Leggy's got 1 might. Aragorn's got no might, but he's got his free this turn. The captain is out of might and has taken a wound as well. So, ooh, it's getting close. It's getting close. But they've made an opening. We've got Leggy. It's shooting time. Leggy's going to open fire into this guy. He hits on 3s. He misses with 2. Come on, Leggy. Needs a 5. Ooh, gets a 6, which is actually what he needed because that guy had a shield. Gets the big 6 and thins out an Uruk-hai. That is important. We've killed a lot of Uruks. But things are a little tight. So let's get on to... It's all about how much time this is taking too. So this is turn 6 now. Turn 5. This is turn 5 now. No, it is turn 6. Okay, let's jump into combat. We've got the free one. We're never going to win the heroic combat with Aragorn, so we'll save that for winning the fight. There are 5 Uruk-hai dice. Oh no, there's 6 with the captain. Let's do the 4 of Damien's Uruk-hai first. Oh, they get the 6 already. The captain's not even needed. And then Aragorn, who is trapped, needs a 6 to win this fight. He's got 1 might, so we're looking for a 5. Oh, he gets the 6 naturally. Oh, that means we've got the might for wounding. Let's dish the pain. We're going to finish off the captain if we can, needing 5s. Ooh, a 5 and a 3. Goodness me, why is it so impossible to spend some might sometimes? The captain is finished. We've gotten rid of the captain. That is a big boon, and these Uruk-hai will back away. Now, Gimli versus Amluk. She did a valiant thing, charging in and pairing herself off. So, Gimli, you're fighting against Amluk. 1 attack for Amluk, 2 for Gimli. Oh, they both get 6s. Gimli wins it on the fight value. He probably should have called a heroic, but that's fine. And he rinses her. There you go, Damien. I got her killed eventually. Well, things are looking up for the 3 hunters. It was touch and go for a while. We burnt some resources, but I think we're out of trouble now. Let's jump into priority for turn 7. Good wins it again, and now we can just run. So Legolas is going to sprint. He's probably going to be the first to arrive now. I think what we'll do is... Ooh. Yeah, we really need to go. But I think Gimli's going to be able to be charged if he runs. Let's go 5 inches. And Aragorn's going to go 6. Alright, so... Yeah, the Uruk-hai are going to be in range. The Uruk-hai are absolutely going to be in range. But we need to start splitting them up. They can all chase down Gimli. So Gimli with his defense 8, but all the might points, is now doing the job of the tank. And... Goldie, oh geez, Goldie's going to be facing some bow fire in a minute. But he's just got to take it. He's got the 2 wounds. And this warrior here, he's going to run and get in behind cover. So Legolas can't shoot him, but he can make a charge next turn. So shooting! Oh, Leggy's moved full actually this turn, so he's fine. In that case, this guy will just run out here. And now, it's Gimli. Gimli fighting 4. You guys probably can't see, I'll move this tree for you. Gimli fighting 4 over here. Oh, set the tone, Urukai. They've got a 1, 2, a 4, and a 3. Gimli ready to do it. 2 attacks, needing a 4, and he gets double 5s. 2 5s will kill 2 more Urukai. He gets a 3 and a 2. His wounding has been atrocious, but he does have full might. He does have full might. Good, good, good. Okay, so he pushes them back, which is all he needs to do. He's just got to keep tanking these charges as we buy some time. Priority for turn number 7. It goes to good again, and with no might points on the field, that is a good result. 6 inches for Leggy. Oh, you know what? Let's go 3. One more turn of shooting. Aragorn and Gimli will make a charge on this guy. These Uruks can obviously get in on Gimli again. We've got to try and swamp one person here. And Goldie is almost in charge range, but he's going to cop 3 arrows to the face from Legolas. Can Legolas stop Goldie? 3s to hit. He hits with 2 and a cocked dice. He hits with 2. He misses with 1. He needs Goldie's defense 5, so he needs 5s to wound him. Oh, a 3 and a 4, and not worth spending the might. So, no wounds on Goldie. Aragorn will call a heroic combat. He's only fighting the 1 nestled in here behind. 1 Urukai versus Aragorn. Aragorn gets it, but only on a 4. That was an abysmal roll. Needing to kill him on a 5, and only just gets the kill as well. Down goes another Urukai. Now, do we save Gimli? I think we do. I think Aragorn will run around the back. No, Aragorn will leg it. Aragorn will leg it. I think we'll be fine with these guys now. Oh, it's too risky. Goldie's too powerful. Aragorn's going into Goldie. Aragorn versus Goldie. 3 attacks. He gets the 6, double 6s, needing 5s to hurt Goldie, and he kills him. Goldie massacred. Ran all the way back there just to get executed by King Alessar. No, well, the king to be. And now Gimli does Aragorn's risk to play for the better sort of strategy for the next game hurt Gimli. Let's see. We've got 4 Urukai. They're only on 5 high. This is doable for Gimli. Another win here would be strong. We get to 4. So they're strength 4. They're going to need 6s to wound. So Gimli could spend a point of might now to stop them from wounding him. But he may take a wound otherwise. I think we play a gamble here, guys. Ooh, I think we take the gamble. I think we're not going to spend the might, and I'm going to let Gimli's defense 8 do the work. He's not trapped. All right, Damien, here's your chance. Can your Uruks do it? Let's do Muldoon luck. Gets a 1. Malcolm luck. Oh, it was nearly a 6, but it turns to a 5. What do we got? Sattler luck. A 6! Damn it, it didn't pay off. And 1 dice to come as well. And Hammond luck. A 3. So nearly 2 6s, but just the 1. So we traded a wound for a might point. That is unfortunate. A fate point for Gimli. He fails the fate. A second fate point. He fails the fate. Oh my god. So that just turned into Gimli on 1 wound with no fate. I think I should have spent the might, guys. That's bad. That's really bad. Alright, priority. We win, but now Gimli's in trouble. Gimli just needs to go for the board edge. I think Aragorn and Legolas just need to finish these guys off. Time is against us here. That was turn 8. Let's do priority. And Goldie. Goldie will take a jump test. Oh, Goldie rolls a 1. Doesn't take any damage though because the fall is too low. Let's do Aragorn versus the 2 Uruks. It's Muldoon luck and Hammond luck. Aragorn gets it with double 6s. That's what we needed for Gimli. And Aragorn kills Hammond luck. And his heroic combat goes off. He is just going to run. We are in such trouble here. Alright, Legolas fighting 2. Leggy has the fight value. Leggy gets it. It's tied on 5s. The fight value again coming through for the Fellowship. And he finishes off Sattler luck. So just 2 Urukai left. Let's do priority for turn number 8. It goes to evil. which means they can pin Legolas. Oh, I think Aragorn will go back in and call a heroic combat to slingshot back. Gimli will run off, so he'll be off for turn 9. Goldie will stand up and make a move. He won't be in the game now. Alright, combat, Aragorn's heroic. He wins just on fight value, needing 5s. He kills him. And I think Legolas will be alright with one guy. So Aragorn will make a beeline for the board edge too. Actually, could he get... Is that within 12? No, it's just short, so he'll be arriving on turn 10. Geez, Boromir's in strife. Legolas fighting against one Uruk-hai with Pike. Leggy rolls a 1 and a 2, but the Uruk rolls a 1. Whew, whew. Ooh, the Jurassic Park trio have really caused some trouble here. Leggy just wins and kills him with double 5s. Alright, so Goldie won't be able to chase much. So that was the end of turn 8. So turn 9, Gimli gets off the board. Turn 10, Aragorn gets off the board. And turn 11, Legolas gets off the board. So 9, 10, 11. That is how long Boromir is going to have to hold out for. So, let's do a quick reset of the board. I think we can actually do this right here in front of you on camera. We don't have to worry about switching to the holding screen. It should take just a moment. We are now in a separate part of Path Gallon. We are no longer at the seeing seat of Amon Hen. Let's go woo woo woo, mix a few things around. Da, 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 da. We'll put Goldie's Hill a bit more central this time. It can go over here. This guy can go here. This guy can go there. We'll swap some stuff. It's all different forest. It's all brand new, never seen before forest. It's incredible. Big thick bit over there, some thinner stuff here. Put these little bits of ruins. We'll bring some more ruins on. Ugh. All right, a little bit of ruiny action. Beautiful. Maybe a low wall or two as well. Alright, coming together, coming together. Alright. So, a new scenario. We need our new contenders. We have our freshly painted Boromir. Dun, 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 dun. And we're going to need a Merry and Pippin. So, we've got Merry. Unfortunately, he's wearing his Rohan armor because it's the only Merry I have painted. And we have Frodo, who's going to be Pippin. So, we're all over it. We're all over it. Let's have a look at scenario number 2. So, this one is Find the Halflings. Played on a 4x4 board. We have Uruk-hai spawning in from quite a large region. Merry and Pippin are deployed anywhere within 15 inches of the evil side. The evil side have like a big L formation around one of the board edges. Lurtz and the Uruk-hai are not deployed, but will move on from the evil side star line, and evil has priority on the first turn. Interesting. Okay, so we've kept track of the number of turns. Blah 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 blah. Wounds, geez, crikey. Yeah, wow. Alright, that's brutal. Okay, so where does Merry and Pippin and where does Boromir start? Let's see. The evil side aiming to capture the hobbits, carrying the hobbits. Where does Boromir start? Doesn't say where he starts. I swear I read it before. So we've got to revive the unconscious models. So let's set up where our Uruks are going to ride on. Evil models retreating. Okay, so we can look at courage rules. Yeah, there's a little bit in this scenario. So basically, the evil side wins if they carry off the hobbits. Now, the way that we knock out a hobbit is to capture a hobbit. A combat is fought as normal, except that to knock out rather than kill, evil models count as only being armed with knives, so they fight with a -1 penalty when working out who wins a fight. If the hobbit suffers its final wound, the opponent can knock out the model rather than slay him. The model retains 1 wound but can do nothing. The knocked out model is laying down instead of pushback, and an unconscious hobbit model has no control zone. So when the Uruks fight against the hobbits, they fight at -1 because they're just using knives to try and stab them. And when... oh, thank you Andrew for logging the turns. And then they knock them out. Basically, if they kill them, they knock them out. Now you can revive them. An unconscious model that is not touching an enemy can be revived by a good model that ends his movement-based contact. The captive revives immediately and can act that turn, but must first rise to his feet, taking half his move. Reinforcements. Merry and Pippin are deployed anywhere within 15 inches of the evil start line. So we're going to say that the start line is this back wall. So both back sections are the evil start line. So we can deploy Merry and Pippin anywhere we want within 15 inches of this back line. So let's just put them smack bang in the center. 15, Merry and Pippin right here. And then Boromir, I think, is deployed within 6 inches of them. Now, Boromir has some special rules. He has the Shield and Horn of Gondor, so he's defense 6, and it's the same classic horn rule we've been using for our other characters. If he's outnumbered in a fight, he blows a horn, the Uruks take a courage test, and if they lose, he automatically wins the fight. He starts within 6 inches of them, and then all our Urukai, and the Urukai is, we have Lurtz joining the field. Let's get Captain Lurtz down here. There he is, our beautiful Lurtz model painted from Stream 8, I think, or Stream 7 maybe. And we have... how many in this scenario? There are Lurtz and 12 Urukai warriors. So the captain is no more, he has fallen. Let's grab all 10 of our Urukai that belong to Team Damien. There they are. And then we need 2 extra Uruks who will throw in as well. And we'll get rid of these spare guys. Thank you for your service in game number 1. So Aragorn, Legolas, and Gimli are arriving on turns 9, 10, and 11. And Boromir has to survive during that time. So I'm just going to spread these guys all out. We want a bit of surrounding. Jeez, Boromir, these hobbits, they're in a bit of trouble, I'm not going to lie. I am not seeing their way out of this. I think we'll bring on most of them from that board edge, and we'll have a little flanking force over here as well. Look and Grant Look. And that should be good. Evil have priority for the first turn. I think that's everything we need to know, guys. Alright, we need some extra controllers. We know Dan Jones was keen to control Boromir or Team Fellowship. Let's get some Team Fellowship, get some Isengard. We've got Kian going with Isengard. Lurtz is on the table. Merry and Pippin on the table. Alright, we'll move on from the evil side start line. Yeah, so you can move on at any choice. Any choice. I think you have to break them up in halves, but aside from that, there is no difference. So we can actually put Boromir on that side, which I think what we'll do, because he's allowed to be in the deployment zone. So, let's just start bringing them on. Evil gets priority. Sound the march for Isengard. So 6 inches for everyone. Lurtz is making a big charge. We'll get Goldie and Lurtz in together. We'll start running these. Oh, we've got so many pikemen on this side, that's probably a bit unbalanced. We'll swap one of the pikemen. So they're not all in the same spot. And these guys are going to make a big run. Sharlook and Tom Look staying together. Tauriel Look this time sticking with Sharlook after Tom's pathetic job at keeping Sharlook alive last game. And then these guys over here, they're the flanking force. We know that Boromir and the hobbits are going to retreat, and we need to have some board control to deal with these 3 hunters, and that should be enough to overwhelm for now. Now, we've got options here. Does Boromir dive in and fight some combats? No, he's got to play for time. The hobbits have got to run. 4 inches, 4 inches, 4 inches. 6 inches for Boromir. He falls back to the hobbits. Alright, we just got to keep buying time. We've just got to keep buying time, guys. Alright, we've got Dana joining the side of the hobbits. Alright, Dana, I'm assuming you just want to retreat hardcore. Aaron says he'll be right back. He needs to go and get an Agrax. So that's Shade. And for those who joined the stream last Monday on Top Table Gaming, will be aware of that implication. Alright, a big 5 for priority on turn number 2. We have, basically, fleeing. I think that's all we can do at this point, guys. Just keep fleeing to the center of the board. And the Urukai are just going to sound the advance. Now, Lurtz does have a bow, doesn't he? Ooh, Urukai players, should Lurtz start taking shots with his bow? He can half move and shoot without penalty. Might be able to get a sneaky kill on one of the hobbits. Let's have a look at the hobbit profiles, actually, while you guys are thinking about that. Merry and Pippin each have 1 wound and 1 fate. So with a lucky shot from Lurtz's bow, it's strength 2, range, I think it's all just the same. So it's an orc bow, so range 18. So if they half move and the hobbits move full, yeah, they'll still be in range this turn. So on a sneaky wound, I think, obviously shoot Boromir. Oh, wait. Alright, I suppose we'll be themey. Alright, well, let's start charging forward the Uruks. And Lurtz is going to sit back and start taking some shots. In go the Urukai. In go the Urukai. Another 6 inches from these guys. We can see that the flanking force was a good idea now. That is going to be pincering. Alright, the first shooting phase. Find the halfling! Alright, Lurtz, opening fire. 4 to hit. He misses. Well, that's not movie accurate. Alright, priority for turn number 3. Ooh, double 6s. It swings to the forces of good. Oh, I forgot to move that last turn. Whoops. There we go. Alright, so their turn. They're just going to keep falling back. I think what's going to happen is we're going to be sitting here watching a whole lot of action in this corner of the field. Now, where do Aragorn, Legolas, and Gimli run on from? That's a good point. We should check that. The heroes enter anywhere from the evil side start line. So that's the risk we're playing here, is by fleeing all the way to this corner. We're making a huge distance for Aragorn, Legolas, and Gimli to go. What are we? This is start of turn 3. Ooh, I think we might need to start angling this way. Yes, there are some Urukai here, but Boromir is also amazing. So we want to fight these guys before we have to deal with them and get over to here, where we can hopefully be in range. Alright, Lurtz is going to do another half move. 3. These Uruks are going to launch forward 6 inches. These Uruks are going to burst through this way, and these guys are on the charge. They're running around that way, and these guys will be a bit further because they didn't have to go around the terrain. That's a bit far. 6 inches there. Stop falling over, tree. Let's put you on your base. Alright, Lurtz has got another clear shot. 4 to hit. He hits! Defense 6, strength 2 orc bow. He needs a 6 to wound. Oh, he gets a 5. He gets a 5. Does Lurtz spend a point of might? I mean, surely he had a he spends a point of might, right? I think so. Alright, one of Lurtz's points of might into Boromir. Boromir has 1 fate point. Oh, he fails, but he's got one of his own might points. So Boromir will spend a might point, but he has now no fate. And Lurtz is 1 might down. 1 might down. Alright, priority for turn 4. Ooh, this time it goes for evil, and that is big. Because Merry is getting charged by 2 Urukai. In fact, he's even getting charged... Oh no, the supported Urukai can't quite make it. What they can do is box out Boromir from being able to help. Well, sort of. Alright, well, Boromir, oh jeez, this is getting gnarly. The Uruks are here already. The Uruks are here already. The running didn't last long. What turn are we in? I've already forgotten. This is turn 4. I really need a turn counter. Lurtz is going to half move and shoot into combat because why not? I think he'll have to half move sideways a bit. Or Tauri or Look will hang back a little bit to leave an avenue of fire. Okay, Pippin is going to launch into here. And I think Boromir... Oh, I think Boromir is going to do something tricky here. They can't get knocked out, so I'm gonna try and use the Horn of Gondor here, and we'll try and set up a double tat. Paint the wounded model Boromir immediately. When the tree fell, I thought it was a caterpillar. Alright. Did you say paint the wounded Boromir model immediately? Alright guys, everyone, we're pausing the battle report. I'm going to paint wounded Boromir. He's not wounded though, he spent the point of might. I also don't have that model, I'm going to have to procure it before we get there. Okay, shooting. Lurtz is opening fire. Unfortunately, to shoot into Boromir's combat, he now has to shoot through 2 Uruks. But we have to do it. Forced to hit. He hits. Does he hit Sharluk? No. Does he hit Tomluk? Yes. Does he kill Tomluk? Yes, he does! Let's assassinate Tom Look from behind. Bloody Tom got in the way of the arrow. He rolled a bunch of 6s too. Down goes Tom Look. Alright. Combat time. You know what's happening. The Horn of Gondor. Boromir. Alright, courage test for the 2 orcs. They roll, ooh, 6 and a 5. They're brave as. That ploy didn't work at all. So Boromir has 3 attacks and the Uruks have 2. And Boromir gets triple 3s and the Urukai get a 6. This isn't going well for Boromir. He's defense 6, they need 5s to wound him. But they don't get any wounds. Lucky for the Captain of Gondor. But now, oh, he didn't call the heroic combat luckily because I forgot about it. It was a gamble anyway. Merry fighting 1 Urukai. Oh, whoops, that's 2 green dice. How are we going to tell who's who? Oh, the Urukai gets a 6. Strength 4, defense 4, needs a 4 to knock Merry unconscious. Oh no, fate point, sorry. He wounds him. Merry's fate point. Merry's fate point saves it. So he doesn't take a wound, but he's out of fate. Alright, another Urukai fighting Pippin. Oh, it's Snake Eyes, and the Uruk will win on fight value. And he takes a wound off Pippin. Fate point? Saved. Wow, both fate points down on the hobbits already. That is mental. Let's jump into turn 5, guys. Priority. It's a 3 and a 5. It goes to good. I think we need to, like, get to Gimli and that. So let's go. My hobbits are going to charge. They're going to charge Tauriel and Emluk. And then Boromir is going to charge... You know what? I'll get around to Hammerlook and hit both bases. And then Boromir will charge Emluk and that Uruk. Which we know Boromir's about to get trapped hardcore, but, you know, he can take it. He can take it. He's got so many might points. Alright, Tauriel's going to run around to try and intercept the hobbits. And all these pikemen are just going to sprint up to try and be ready for the next turn. While Lurtz is going to shoot into combat. Alright, alright. Lurtz, opening fire. 3s to hit. No, 4s to hit. He hits again. Does he hit Boromir or the members of the combat? He hits Boromir with another 6. He needs another 6 to wound him. Oh my god, he gets it. Boromir takes a wound from Lurtz. It's happening! It's happening! Alright, Boromir scores himself a wound without even having to spend any of Lurtz's might. Lurtz has sniped through the combat, and Boromir is down to 2 wounds, no fate. And now we jump into the combat phase. I don't think... Boromir's going to blow the Horn of Gondor to start with. Courage check for the Uruks. Oh, another brave pass. The Horn is doing nothing. Boromir, 3 attacks. He's got the fight value and the might to force it. So if he botches this roll, he can keep himself alive. He does botch it. He gets a 4. He'll have to burn 2 more might to win the fight. So he's now down to 3 might. And boy, does Boromir need to make some kills right now. Oh, that Uruk's trapped. Striking on the trapped Uruk. Oh, double 6s. Oh, Emluk is no more, Damien. She got herself trapped. Well, what can I do? Boromir massacres her. 2 more strikes. Just onto generic Uruks. And 1 and a cocked die, and 1 and a 3. So Boromir gets rid of 1 Uruk at least. Only killed 2 so far though, but now it's the hobbits. The hobbits fighting Hammerlook with Tauriel bearing down upon them. They need to survive here. Oh, they do. The Uruk again rolls a 1, and Pippin only manages a 3. And a 4 and a 1 ain't going to be enough for those poor little hobbits. But they do survive and push him back, which is important. Okay, so priority for turn 6. Oh, that's a good one for the good side to win. Lurtz, of course, is out of position with no heroic moves. So Merry and Pippin, once again, are going to make a charge. They're going to charge around and have a go at Tauriel. And Boromir, oh, he's getting soft. Boromir's going to just go and protect them this way, I think. So Lurtz is going to run this way, 3 inches, so he can shoot at Boromir. He'll have to shoot through the combat, but that's okay. And, I mean, these guys are just going to get on, right? We're Urukai, for goodness sake. There's not going to be any tactics. They're not going to not try and let him use the horn. They're just going to get on him. Or they can just fit 4. And Charlotte can get a pike support. These Uruks are going to get moving. Alright, this is turn... What do we say? Is this turn 5 or turn 6? This is turn 6. Where did you get the Isengard dice? I don't think they make them anymore. It was from Games Workshop. Tavian says, twice in one night, Lockie. Really? Alright, it's shooting time. Can Lurtz snipe another wound from Boromir? He misses, finally. He had to miss at some point. Alright, let's do the hobbits first. Merry and Pippin versus Tauriel. Can they show the Blade Master how it's done? Oh, they can! Merry gets a 6. Take that, Tauriel, look. Oh, Snake Eyes to wound, though. Classic hobbits. She backs away. She backs away. But they survive. They're still up. They're not running off the board, which is what's most important. Alright, let's do Boromir. He's going to blow his horn again. Alright, can the Uruks finally fail a courage test? Yes, they can. Nice work, Boromir. That's the Boromir we know and love. Everyone retreats, and with 5 attacks on him as well. What a time to win the fight automatically. Alright, dishing out the pain. Strength 4, needing 5s. And 2 Urukai taken off the board with the double 6s. Alright, that's it, Boromir. Keep him at bay. Keep him at bay. Alright, priority for turn 7. Not long till Gimli gets here. Oh, it's Lurtz time. It is Lurtz time. Okay, I think Lurtz has got to go in. Does Lurtz keep shooting or does he make the charge? He's got a chance on one of these hobbits. But these other hobbits, regardless, are getting totally ambushed and surrounded. We'll engage. We'll send Sharlock on a hobbit. We'll send Goldie on Boromir. Goldie can solo Boromir. We're just going to gang up on the hobbits as much as possible. So does Lurtz keep shooting into combat? I mean, I think he does. I think he does. So Lurtz is going to run. We're going to be shooting through so many combats. If I go to there, it'll only be it's still going to shoot through both combats. Oh well. Lurtz is a sniper. He did it before. He has killed Tom, but he also hit Boromir twice. Okay, shooting time. Lurtz. He hits. First combat. He hits the combat. Does he hit Merry or an Urukai? He hits Merry, but fails to wound. Alright, no luck there. Let's do combat. Boromir can't blow his horn this turn, and he's fighting Goldie, who has 2 attacks with a reroll. The heroic combat is probably a little risky right now, but it might be useful to try and... he's never going to be able to get the 2 wounds. Now it's too risky. We'll just fight as normal. Boromir versus Goldie. Boromir gets too high. Thank goodness we didn't spend the might point. And Goldie needs 5s to wound. No wounds for Goldie. Oh, Lord of the West. No wounds for Goldie. And Boromir backs away. No problem, that's fine. Alright, it's 1,000,000 attacks on each hobbit. 3 attacks against Pippin. Pippin rolls a 1 like he has all game. And Pippin gets killed. So Pippin is now unconscious. We'll lie down that model. Alright, Hammond Luck and Tauriel Luck against Merry. Oh, Merry fights better, but still not enough. And he's trapped as well. Oh. Merry is now unconscious. Both hobbits unconscious. This is bad news. Now, how do the Urukai pick them up? Carrying the hobbits. To pick up an unconscious model, 1 or 2 evil models must begin their move in it and can move off in that turn. An unconscious model carried by 1 enemy reduces his movement by half, or 2 enemies at normal speed. Any hobbits carried to the start of the evil side starting line have been captured. Alright, so the hobbits, the Urukai rather, have to get them over there. Now, do you see the flaw in my tactical problem, in my tactical plan? I started running closer to that side of the board because that's where the reinforcements come, forgetting that that was the board that they need to be taken off. So now there's a lot less movement for these unconscious hobbits to be taken off. So I'm a fool. Luckily we're still pretty central and I haven't paid too much of a price. Alright, let's do priority for turn number... Are we in turn 7 now? Or is this turn 8? I think this is turn 8. Let me know if I got that wrong, but I'm pretty sure it's turn 8. Ooh, priority swings back to the good side. That's important. Because Boromir now has to make pretty much a suicidal charge. and charge the 2 pairs of hobbits, the 2 Uruks who are in base contact with the hobbits. So there's still 2 Uruks in base contact with them, so they'll be able to be carried off at half speed, but that's it. Alright, so, speaking of the Urukai, these Uruks are going to move 2.5 inches that way. No, 3 inches, what am I talking about? And 3 inches that way. So the 2 hobbits are getting carried off. Uruk and Sharluk have got their victims. And I think that... I think Boromir's time might have come. He fought valiantly. But he's surrounded by 6 Urukai and getting shot this turn by Lurtz. Forced to hit. Lurtz hits. Does he hit Boromir? No, he hits an Urukai. And he kills an Urukai. Satlaluk just got shot by Lurtz's bow. Oh, actually, Lurtz's bow is only strength 2. He needs 6s with the heavy armor. So, no, he saves his own Urukai. Alright. Let's do the combat. Boromir has one more chance to survive this. Courage test from the Horn of Gondor. And the Urukai fail. Boromir's still in the fight. Pushing them all back. And dishing the pain. Alright, let's just make some strikes. I'm going to strike the 2 that are in my way to get to Pippin. A 6 and a 3. So I'll kill Grantlook. You know what? I'll kill Hammonlook. Because then I'll be able to get to Taurialuk to stop Merry from running off if we win priority. Okay. Priority for turn number 9. Gimli's arrival. It goes to good again. I think we'll save those Lurtzy might points. Boromir's going to make a charge to stop Taurialuk. Taurialuk automatically drops Merry. And he's now unconscious. Oh, Pippin, sorry. No, it is Merry. And now that's it for our move. The rest of the Uruks will just swamp on in. Oh, that's actually, yeah, we can get a 3 there. I think Goldie is going to go on escort with Sharluk. We've got to get this guy off the board. Alright, Lurtz, are we still shooting, or is it time to go into combat? That is the big decision. Oh, and of course, Gimli needs to come on the field. I think he just walks on as normal. Yep, so he just walks on. So it is now Gimli's turn to arrive. Of course, we must remember, Gimli has all his might, yay, but he's on 1 wound. So Gimli isn't the tank we know and love, but he's just going to run straight for Merry. Straight for Pippin, rather. And Lurtz has... is Lurtz shooting, or is Lurtz going in combat, guys? This is the big decision. We probably need to kill Boromir so that we can successfully get this hobbit out of here. Oh, but someone also needs to finish their turn in combat with Merry. So we'll put Malcolm Look there for that. And then I think Lurtz is going in. We've got Rest of Black says yes. In goes Lurtz. Lurtz is going in for the... Oh, but he only shot him. He never fought him in combat. He never... Yeah, I think... What if Lurtz died? I think we got to shoot. So we'll fall back to there and we'll shoot into combat. Alright, Lurtz shooting. Forced to hit. He misses. Oh well. Horn of Gondor in the combat phase. Oh, the Uruks are brave this time. Boromir's on 2 wounds. And he's fighting 4. Let's set the tone with Urukai. Oh, they're on 6s. Bori has 3 might left, so he can probably force 1 more combat to survive. And he's going to have to. He spends 1 more might to get up to 6 to win. And he needs 5s. His wounding hasn't been great. I think we got to save the might for staying alive, so that is no orcs killed. And the Urukai successfully managed to get another might point from Boromir. He's down to 2. Priority for turn 10. Big 6 for evil. That's important. So Boromir's got to go down. Boromir has got to go down. Yeah, how are these guys going to get these Uruks off? It's going to be tricky. Sharluk and Goldie are going to run 6 inches this way. And they're going to run in such a fashion that Gimli won't be able to charge them. Or won't be able to charge both of them. And Gimli will have to charge Goldie. Satlaluk backed away into Merry, because I'm clever. So they're going to run 6 inches this way. And I think Lurtz... Oh, jeez. Yeah, these 3 hunters arriving could be a problem. Could be a problem. Lurtz will keep shooting because that's what's got to happen. And we're going to keep pinning Boromir. We need to finish Boromir. If we get all heroes on the board, we are cooked. Aragorn arrives. No might. Full wounds. And he's going to come on... Well, he has to go the other way. He absolutely has to stop. Otherwise, this is just an auto scoring option. So he just runs straight in here, and that will at least prevent them from getting off next turn. All right, let's do it. Shooting one more time. Oh, Gimli has to make his charge, of course. Into Goldie. Oh, Gimli has a throwing axe. Oh, I don't think you could throw an axe at someone carrying him. Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think so. All right. We've got Lurtz shooting into Boromir, probably for the last time. 4 to hit. We'll give him a reroll. He hits. In the way. He hits the Uruks. And he fails to kill them. Alright, you've done a bit with shooting, but I think it might be time to get in combat. Alright, Horn of Boromir. Can the Uruks finally land a blow on Boromir? No, they can't. Another failed courage test. The Horn did nothing at the start, but it is keeping Boromir alive. 3 attacks here. And he still fails to kill anyone. He'll need 6s. No, that's 2 my points. I need 5s. He's only got 2 left. We have to keep Boromir alive. That is the play. Alright, so turn 10. Oh no, there's one more fight. Goldie versus Gimli. Gimli has the fight value, but Goldie has his reroll. Goldie's reroll is going to be important here. Gimli is on 5. And Goldie can't win it. Alright, Gimli, dishing the pain. And he's failed to wound again. Goldie is pushed back. Alright, priority for turn number 10. Double 6s, so it swings to good, which is important, because that means Gimli can make a charge on both of these guys, thus dropping Pippin. So he's now dropped. Aragorn can do the same, making a charge on both of those guys. He is now dropped, and Legolas will arrive. So let's grab our leggy model. Now, Legolas has got options. Where on earth should we bring Legolas in? Ooh, Aragorn, I think Gimli's the dangerous one, right? He's pretty soft. We'll bring Leggy in centrally. We'll just bring him straight in central. He's not going to be able to get in combat this turn, and there won't be anyone to shoot, so he's just going to move full. And Boromir's got the advantage. Does Boromir get for revenge? Maybe we go for Lurtz. Maybe we force Lurtz to get in combat. This is what you get for killing me. Oh, we actually can't because of the control zones. So what he can do is charge and wrap. And then I think Lurtz has just got to get in combat now. He did a little bit of shooting, but it's time to bring in the blade. All right, combat time. We'll start with Boromir. Horn of Gondor. And courage test for the evil models with Lurtz's courage now. Ooh, it makes the difference. It makes the difference. So Lurtz passes that courage test on the behalf of the Urukai, and now it is the normal fight phase. Let's set the tone with Lurtz. Lurtz, does he have 3 attacks or 2 attacks in the old days? He's only got 2. He's only got 2. He rolls a 5. The other 3 Urukai, they still only get the 5. Lurtz has might, of course. Boromir, 3 dice, gets a 4. Well, Boromir's going to have to spend might. Then Lurtz will spend might. And then Boromir will spend his last point of might. Boromir is out of might, but he wins the fight on fight value. So we now have a 2 wounds, no fate, no might Boromir. And Boromir is basically, I think Boromir's biggest worry is being trapped. So he's just going to try and kill regular Uruks rather. fails to wound any of them, and no might to make a difference. Boromir is getting bogged down over here. Now, how did the good side win? They have to get the hobbits off the other board edge, I think. Oh no, it's just... So they just have to keep them on the board, basically. So, basically you fight till the Uruks are dead, or the hobbits are off the board edge. Let's start Aragorn over on the far side. Aragorn is fighting Malcolm Look and Sattler Look, 2 Urukai, bearing down on top of him. Ooh, they get a 6, and he gets... Oh no, that's Aragorn's. Aragorn gets a 6. I can read dice. You should have called the heroic. Needing 5s to wound. And a 6, and will spend his 3 point of might to make that a 5. Both of those Urukai are carved apart. And that is probably Merry saved now. They'll be able to get Merry up, and that is a very good result for the good side. Let's start over here. We've got Gimli. Setting the tone, Gimli. Gimli rolls Snake Eyes. Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Goldie and 1 Urukai warrior. And they roll 6s and 5s. If they can do that again, Gimli's dead. Strength 4, 1, 6, and Gimli goes down. Ooh, 1s and 4s. It's all up to the Lord of the West. It's all up to the Lord of the West. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Oh, it's a 1. Come on. What a missed opportunity, Goldie. Alright, Gimli survives. Somehow. Somehow Gimli survives. Mandalore has joined us. Welcome, Mandalore. So, that's a big missed opportunity for evil. Let's do priority. It doesn't matter what turn we're in now, because we're all here. It goes to the forces of good. So I think what we'll do is Gimli is going to charge in. He's going to take on Goldie. Legolas is going to charge in on this Uruk to stop him from picking up Pippin. And Aragorn is going to charge in to try and to wake up Merry, and then Merry can move 2 inches. So he's just going to run off. And these guys, I think Boromir has got to die. If we don't kill Boromir, maybe we're just choking resources on Boromir. Ooh, we need to cap. Yeah, but I think if we kill Boromir, all of a sudden we'll have resources back. So I think that's the better way to do it. Thanks for watching, Kian. Thank you so much for joining us. I think Boromir's got to die. It's thematic, and then it will free up some Urukai resources. There's still a chance we could get rid of Gimli over there, so I think that's our best play. All right, let's start with the Horn of Gondor. 2 wounds, no might. Lurtz's courage. Lurtz's courage does the business with double 6s. All right. Ooh, all right. Let's see Lurtz rolling that again. No, he rolls a 3 and a 1 for the combat, and we get a 6 from the warriors. Okay, Boromir must roll a 6, or he loses the combat. 1, 2, 2. Boromir is spent, and I think Boromir might be cooked. Strength 4, defense 6, 5 attacks, and 6, and these are doubled, and it's all might charged. I think it's over for Boromir. Let's do the normal warriors. They get 1 wound. Only 1 wound from the normal warriors, but Lurtz still to come. Lurtz needing 5s, 6 dice with might. 1 wound, 2 wounds. Boromir has fallen. He fought valiantly. He held up for a long time, but that is very needed for the forces of evil, because now Lurtz and 3 more Urukai, Tauriel Look, the famous Tauriel Look, Muldoon Look, and Grant Look are back in the table. Alright, let's keep going. Let's go somewhere a bit nicer for the forces of good. It's Legolas fighting against 1 warrior, 1 Urukai warrior. Ooh! Leggy loses the fight. Urukai sneaks it on a 6. He's only defense 4 or 5, this Urukai warrior. Let's check Leggy's defense, sorry. Leggy's defense 4, he'll take a wound on a 4. Ooh, it's a 2. Lucky for Leggy there, but he stops. Sharlook. That's Sharlook! Sharlook dishing the pain, Damien. Sharlook! Sharlook pushes Legolas back and clutches Pippin. She's like, this is my little friend, I'm dragging him off. I want him. It's not what Sharlook sounds like, I'm sure, Damien. Alright, Goldie. Goldie fighting Gimli. 2 dice each, but Gimli has the fight value. If he chokes again and rolls Snake Eyes like last time, Goldie will be laughing. He doesn't roll Snake Eyes, he rolls a 6. Alright, Gimli, ready to dish the pain. Strength 4, defense 6, needing 5s, a 5, and a 6. Goldie is rinsed. And Goldie falls back to respawn at Goldie's hill, which in hindsight is probably too far away from the action. Alright, priority. And it's going for the good side. Okay, once again this is good, because it enables Uruk to be stopped by Gimli. Legolas is going to make a beeline for these guys over here. In fact, he'll probably half move to get off some shots. Pippin is going to run, and Aragorn's going to say, "You're mine, buddy boys, let's do this." But Goldie says, jump test. Big 6 on the jump test, look at that. Goldie wants action, he's coming for Merry. He's coming for Merry. Maybe it was a strategic teleportation. Ah. Damien says that's exactly what Charlotte sounds like. We've never understood why she has an Aussie accent. Alright, evil. Well, and Aragorn is happening. It's happening so hard, but I tell you what else is happening. The Uruks are playing the objective. Find the halflings! Find the halflings! They're running off to find Merry. Although we have to get both of them off. Yeah, we'll deal with the other hobbit later. Oh, maybe we should run some more Uruks that way. Goldie's already going that way. Yeah, you know what? I think these Uruks are going to make a beeline for the objectives and go this way. Alright, that's a better play. Legolas gets a chance to shoot. 3 shots. Hits with one of them. Needing a 6s to wound because they've all got shields, and gets a 1. Excellent work, Legolas. Let's jump into combat. Uruk fighting Gimli. Gimli's got 2 attacks. Uruk has 1. And she doesn't do so well there. She rolls a 1. And Gimli finishes her off. Bad luck, Uruk. You did valiantly. You pushed back Legolas for a turn. But Gimli has managed to send her to nap time there. Legolas versus Lurtz, the big one. 3 attacks on each side. Oh no, it's only 2 attacks with this old school Lurtz profile. Jeez, maybe I bit off a bit more than I can chew here. Yeah, ooh, let's see how we go. Ooh, Lurtz gets it. Aragorn's got his free point of might though, so he can spend up to a 5 to tie the fight and take it on fight value. Alright, Aragorn needing 5s, I think. 1 wound. Lurtz takes a wound. Alright, Lurtz is down to 1 wound. Oh, actually, he's got fate point. He's got might points. And Aragorn only had his 3. So if Lurtz, Lurtz should spend a point of might there. Sorry guys, he's still got 2 left, and Lurtz needs to win every fight he can. So we'll do that actually. Lurtz wins the fight, and now has a chance to wound Aragorn. On 4s, I believe. Is Lurtz strength 5? No, he's still only strength 4. God, this Lurtz is rubbish. 5s to wound for Lurtz. He's a bit, yeah. Maybe I should have charged him with other Urukai. Anyway. Ooh, he gets a 6 and wounds Aragorn. Good work, Lurtzy boy. Good work. Alright, Aragorn takes a wound instead. So Aragorn is wounded, no might. And, what have we got here? Gimli on 1 wound. Legolas is full stats except for his might. He's only got the 1 might. Alright, let's jump into priority. It goes to evil. Alright, that's important. That's important. Goldie's going to make a beeline for Merry, who probably needs to just fall back to Aragorn. I think Lurtz has got to just charge, keep chancing his luck against Aragorn, at least tying him up. Grantlook is going to charge Gimli. And so is this fellow. And Legolas actually can't get into him because of this terrain piece right here. I guess what he can do is they can fight in a 2-on-1. Oh, he can just run around the back though. He's got plenty of move. Yeah, we'll go for 1-on-1s. They're tying them up at least. They're probably just feeding them kills, to be honest. But this is Evil's chance right here, and Evil's other chance is Uruk is in combat with Merry. I don't know if you guys can see that. What I might do actually is zoom in a touch. Now that all the action is happening over in that part of the board. There you go, is that a bit easier for you guys to see? I hope so. Let me know if that's better. Damien says he's unsubscribing because I've killed his daughter again. Alright, let's jump into priority, into shooting. There is no shooting because everyone's in combat. Let's do the big one. No, we'll do the little ones. Alright, Aragorn, Gimli fighting Sattlerlook. Gimli's got 2 dice. Oh, he chokes! He chokes! Sattlerlook has got a chance here. If he wounds Gimli, Gimli is dead. Gimli has no fate, 1 wound, a 1 in 6 chance of swinging the game hugely in favor of evil. Oh, it's a 4. It flashed too. But the Uruk is alive. Alright, same thing. Legolas fighting 1. Legolas loses as well! There's the 6 we needed. Alright, another wound on Leggy. Come on. No wounds on Leggy. He's a soft target. Come on, guys. But, I mean, we didn't lose any Uruks, which is kind of marvellous. Alright, Taurieluk fighting Merry. Taurieluk gets him on a 6, and... oh, doesn't wound him, though. That is interesting. Bad luck, Taurieluk. Alright, the big one. Let's v Aragorn. Let's roll them together. Ooh, let's get it again on a 6, and Aragorn's only got his free might. He can only go up to a 5. Lurtz has got it on a 6. Alright, needing 5s to wound with 1 point of might left. Gets another wound. Aragorn's on 1 wound. Oh dear. Oh, I haven't used any of Aragorn's fate, of course. So he's still got full fate. But we'll let the wounds go till the final wound. It's more exciting. Alright, priority. That was a big turn. Goes to good. Alright, well, Aragorn's furious now. He's charging in. Merry is probably just going to run back to Aragorn. Tauriel could be able to chase him anyway. Even though it gets closer to the objectives, it gets him further away from Goldie, who's charging. And these two are just going to... oh, you know what? Oh, he can't charge them both. So the heroes, the warriors, will just have to charge Legolas and Gimli. They're being held up over there in the corner, which is great. Let's jump into combat. It's the same as last turn. Gimli... Gimli has 2 dice, and Gimli wins it. And Gimli kills him. Down goes the pikeman, which was Muldoonlook. Alright, Legolas versus 1. And... it's tied fight value. Tied fight, and Leggy gets it on fight value. Fails to kill him, though. 1 still left alive. That's important. Ooh, and Grantlook can back away into the Hobbit. Alright, Aragorn. Let's do Merry versus Taurieluk. Oh, there we go. Taurieluk wins it on fight value and fails to wound him again, dragging him ever closer to Aragorn. Alright, the big one. One more time. Aragorn versus Lurtz. Lurtz gets it again. Oh, but of course, Aragorn has his free point of might, so he'll spend a point of might to tie the fight on 6s. And he finally wins one. He's got 3 dice to strike at Lurtz, who's on full wounds and full fate. Now, I think Lurtz only has the 1 fate, though. Yeah. 2 wounds, 1 fate. He needs 5s to wound him. He gets 2 5s! Jeez, that's tough for Lurtz. That's tough fare. He's got to pass one of these fate. He fails the fate. I think he's only got the 2 wounds. There you go. He gave Aragorn a bit of a beating. But, you know, just like the movie, crunch. Lurtz gets beheaded. Alright, well, Aragorn's back. That should be pretty safe victory for the good side now. It's all down to Goldie. It's all down to Goldie. Let's do priority. It goes to good. Aragorn will make a charge on Taurieluk. Goldie's going to solo him off. Merry will just fall back. And Gimli and Legolas will ambush the final Uruk on this side. Alright, can Grantlook survive the combined hunt of the 2 twin pair? No, they get a 6. And they get a 6. Down goes Grantlook. There is 2 Urukai left. Taurieluk and Goldie fighting Aragorn. 3 attacks each. It's not a great start from the Urukai, only 4 high. And Aragorn gets 5s. Not Lords of Battle, Glorfindel, you know what I mean. And of course, Aragorn has the high fight value anyway. So that goes to Aragorn. He needs 5s to wound any of them. He rolls 3 5s, killing Taurieluk and Goldie. And Goldie is finished in one out of nowhere. Aragorn's choking, kills Lurtz, runs over, kills Taurieluk and Goldie in a single turn. Look at that. Absolute Madness. So, the hobbits live. It is a victory for the good side. I think the fact it took them so long to kill Boromir is probably the crucial victory. And also, yeah, I mean, we probably didn't send enough Urukai with the hobbits. We should have just left. Oh yeah, if we killed Boromir earlier, by the time the hunters arrived, would have been the Uruks getting over. But anyway, that is our battle report, our double battle report for this installment. Let's swing back around and dive on into the Patreon giveaways. Alright, we are back. What an awesome couple of battle reports. You know that I love Amon Hen stuff. I love myself some Boromir. Loved painting up that model too. What did you guys get painted during the stream? Did you guys get any cool stuff done, finished, halfway started? Definitely let us know in the chat. I'll have a look at that in a sec. And yeah, big moments, hey? What do we had? We had Aragorn kind of... It was pretty themey in the end. I mean, Lurtz got a few wounds on Boromir, but didn't manage to kill him, and then went in for the combat and finished him off. And then Lurtz held Aragorn off a bay for a bit and killed them, and hurt him a bit, and then Aragorn finished him off viciously out of nowhere. The only thing that wasn't purely themey was, of course, that the hobbits didn't get carried off. So that would have been the ultimate perfect themey moment. So I sort of wish that had happened. So thank you so much for joining in. Now, of course, we have the giveaway. So we've got a bit of a special little episode, actually, because we've got a bonus giveaway and a jackpotted giveaway. So our Uruk-hai captain and Boromir, Uruk-hai captain from last fortnight and Boromir that we painted up earlier in the stream, have been going to be given away to one of our lucky Patreons. Essentially, for those of you who aren't familiar with the whole scheme, we are painting models and making terrain and doing all sorts of stuff throughout this throughout this stream. And if you're a supporter of our Patreon, no matter how much you spend, from $1 to anywhere, you score yourself a slot on the wheel. And if you get selected as part of the giveaway during the stream, you become the official sponsor of those models, and you get to name all of them. Like we saw Damien's named Uruk-hai today fighting, as well as Aragorn and a couple of other of those characters who belong to Patreon supporters. And then when those models have finished their run in the campaign and they've murdered everything and they've been killed a whole bunch of times, when they're finally finished in battle reports, I will post them off to you no matter where you are in the world. And you get your own little slice of Zorpazorp action, keeping a special model that has been made famous on the stream. And I mean, I'm happy that we saw Aragorn do something, because Aragorn has been murdered about 4 times by like goblins and stuff, so it's good to see Aragorn do some heavy lifting, so that Aragorn's Patreon sponsor can be proud of his efforts for once, because yeah, he needs to lift his game. So let's dive into the first giveaway, which is our Boromir and Lurtz, and then we've got something even more special just after that. So let me grab the wheel. Dum 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 dum. Let me switch to live so I can make sure you guys can see. Make room on me desk. Okay, should be able to see there. Yes, that looks like it's in focus. Okie dokie. Let's see which segment on the wheel is winning Boromir and Uruk-hai captain. Alright, it is... Oh, we nearly jackpotted again. It is segment number 22. So, our possible winner is from this selection. George Sutherland, Thomas Glover, Wookie, Noah Buttram, Andy Binow, Richard Clemmer, who was watching today, and Gavin Ray. Alright, so now we're going to roll the dice. There is 8 of you there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we will use a D8. Let's pan down. So, for winning Boromir and the Uruk-hai, it is number 6. Come back up, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Richard Clemmer! Is that right? I think I just counted wrong. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, we're good. Oh, it would have been so bad if I totally ghosted you. Richard Clemmer, you have scored yourself Boromir and the Uruk-hai captain once their exploits are finished. Now, we do have one more giveaway as part of this. We have an incredibly generous donation from Dave down in Canberra, who has sent us up the first 30 of these magazines, issues 1 all the way through to 30, which are going to be given away. And I'm there. You don't have to wait for those. They're literally going to get put in the post this afternoon. So all 30 issues of Battle Games in Middle-earth are going to be given away to one lucky Patreon. So thank you so much to Dave for donating those up, and he sent them all up to us of his own accord because he loves the stream and wanted to support us out, which is mind-blowing, frankly. So thank you so much, Dave, and now we're going to spin and see who's going to score themselves the first 30 issues of Battle Games in Middle-earth. So probably so loud on your ears, I'm sorry. Alright, it is number 12. Alright, so our options are, how many of there are you? There are, oh, there's 9. I'm going to have to crank out the D20 probably. So, John whoa, that's a name. McQuarkadale, Samuel Reed, Kevin Bicknell, Greg Rogan, Josiah Abbott from New Zealand, Lucas Dorfer, Sergio Pizarro, and Scott McDonald. All right, let's have it. We're going to need... tell you what we'll do. We'll go double D6 and count up from 2. So ignoring the position of 1, which is not important. So starting from Snake Eyes, let's see what we get on double 2D6. So that is 8, which means it is position 7. Let's count it out. Number 12, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Sergio Pizarro. Congratulations, you are scoring yourself the first 30 issues of Battle Games in Middle-earth. So well done to those guys. You have netted yourself a lovely little gain there. Let me come back over here. So there we go, our giveaways for issue number, or installment rather, number 3. Thank you so much. We had so many people watching tonight. It was a really, really awesome stream. I've loved painting that Boromir, and a really fun battle report as well. So thank you so much to everyone for tuning in. Tim Cafferty got a whole bunch of Haradrim painted. Joseph finished 6 Urukai. He's finished 102 models down during lockdown, so not bad, not bad. Well done there indeed. So thank you everyone for watching. What are we doing next week before I sign off? Oh, next week's good. Next week is pretty good. Next week presents some options. So here we have Gandalf on the front. That's right, we're doing Gandalf the White, and he is confronting the evil ring wraiths. And you know what that means? Magic and will. We learned about might and fate in today's installment. We are smashing into the heroic actions and learning all about magical powers. And there are some crazy old school magical powers. It is fairly bonkers. Now, we also have the option of making some terrain. The Hilltop Ruins. Now we have options here because we could do a little sculpting workshop, perhaps. We could do some foam stuff, or I could bust out my Forge World resin weathertop, which I haven't painted or assembled or anything yet, and we could do like a bit of a masterclass there. So we'll definitely do some terrain next time, because Gandalf's a pretty simple paint as well. So Gandalf the Grey, yeah. Interesting. I wonder if we should do a custom sculpt, or finally give me the excuse to get that Forge World weathertop done, but without an airbrush, which would be tricky. We just learned some cool techniques though, doing some Star Wars stuff, doing some Minas Tirith stuff. I could adapt a dark scheme stone from there. Maybe some weathering powders. Yeah. I'm feeling Forge World weathertop, but we'll see if I can muster the bravery to master it without an airbrush. But yeah, so that is our installment for... Okay, well, everyone in the chat's screaming Forge World, so I guess that's what we're doing now. Force me out of my comfort zone, guys. Make me do it. So yes, the Forge World weathertop, we're doing Gandalf, we're doing Ring Wraiths. It is some epic old school magic action next fortnight. Thank you so much for joining me for this stream. 4.5 hours, we cracked it on again. I thought Boromir was going to be pretty simple, and I still managed to make it take hours and hours. So thank you so much, guys, for joining in. I will see you next time right here on Zorpazorp Gaming. Cheers, guys.